Please welcome VP of Business Development, North America, Kaseya, Michael De Palma.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not Michael. Michael's right here. Yes, he's here. I wanted to just start off the morning and say a huge thank you. Who had fun last night? Yes. Last night was a blast, and so I just wanted to take a moment. On day 3, there's a lot to go over, there's a lot to go through, but just a huge thank you to our diamond sponsor, Kaseya. And Michael, take it away. Anything you'd like to say?
No, I mean, I appreciate, obviously, everybody at Marketopia. Last night was a good time. Hopefully, everybody had a good time. It's last event for us for the year. Been an interesting year over at Kaseya Dado. I just want to let everybody know. I mean, obviously, we're always here to support our partners. If you ever have anything, reach out to me, my team. We're always here to help. So just want to make sure everybody understands, our commitment to the channel and to the whole industry. So really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Big hand for him and Kaseya. Thank you. And a huge thank you to all of our sponsors. I have gotten so much amazing feedback, not only from each one of you, but also our sponsors, just on the types of conversations that are happening, on the types of partnerships that are getting started and ignited here at this event. So I just want to thank you for being quality MSPs, the type of MSPs that others want to partner with. And I commend you, obviously, for being here at the event. I'm honored that we can be here to host such an event for you, and just really looking forward to closing out day 3 and making the most of our last day together. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up Mr. Terry Hedden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Executive Officer, Marketopia, Terry Hedden.
All right. Guys, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much to our sponsors for helping make this possible. We're really excited about what we've done this year, but even more excited about next year. We're already planning next year. You'll see QR codes on slides all day today to register for next year. It's going to be even more, I'll tell you that. We're going to start on Sunday. We're going to do some offshore fishing. We're going to have a beach day again. It'll be similar to this year, just better, just bigger and better. So, all right. We've had a little bit of a pivot in our schedule due to one of our main speakers being a little delayed in a traffic jam. So I'm going to step forward a little bit and talk to you a little bit about success. Our day today is going to be all about helping you achieve your dreams. We talked Monday about marketing and lead generation, and we talked about getting the number, knowing what it takes to achieve our goals so that we can turn it into a marketing plan so that we can get the leads that we need to feed our sales machine, which we talked about yesterday. We talked about innovative ways we can close more deals, win more than our fair share, but most importantly, win. We've got to win more in 2023. We simply have to win more in 2023. It's not hard to win in this space. The key is to do it differently, think differently, act differently than everybody else, and all of a sudden people will treat you differently and give you a lot higher close ratio than everybody else. So that's what we're really focused on yesterday. So you're going to meet a speaker after me that's Thaddeus Bulliard. He's coming in. He's an impressive dude. That's all I have to say. He played college football at Florida, NFL, WWE's wrestler, was a tag team champion. I'm sure he'll tell you all about this, but he's a physically impressive guy and is one of the best human beings that I know. He's done a lot for the world, and you'll hear about that today. You'll see on social media, Marketopia is presenting him one of those jumbo checks to some things that he's doing on the give back to the world side, and we're proud to be a part of it. All right, and then you're going to go into a panel of legends. You're going to hear from some people who have sold their business and achieved that goal, if that's your goal for yourself. We're going to, Michael and Andrew are going to talk a little bit more about Kaseya. Arlen's going to give a great session on work-life balance and attaining that exit valuation at the same time, because those are seemingly competitive goals. Daniel's going to come in and talk to us about how you can convert that passion to action, how you can just leverage the passion that we all have for our business to produce better results. We'll have a lunch sponsored by Glass Hive. Then Eric's going to come in and actually help you value your MSP and talk about how you can grow 10x in 5 years. So you saw those Lifetime Achievement Awards, and some of those numbers were pretty amazing with Antoine, 100x growth in 7 years or so. We're going to talk about what it takes to get 10x growth in 5 years. There's no reason everyone in here can't grow their business 10 times its current size in the next 5 years. It's simply a series of choices that you have to make. Andrew's going to talk about partner programs. We're going to have some new awards that you've given to the vendor side. So if you haven't already, get in that app and make some votes for the vendors. They certainly deserve some recognition. And then I'm going to kind of close out our day today with kind of how you move from here to make it done. I don't want you to leave this show and like every other show and just kind of forget about what you've learned or maybe obtain and retain 1%. I want you to convert what you've learned today into momentum going into 23. I want everybody to grow their business at 50 or 100% next year, and we're going to do that. For those of you who are coming to the open house on Thursday, as a guest to the peer groups or coming to the office to take a look, we invite you on a boat cruise tonight. This is part of our peer group, not part of GROWCON. It's kind of transitioning to the next segment of our agenda, which is peer groups at Marketopia, back at the office tomorrow and Friday. But the first event of that is a boat cruise, and I think there's some problems with the boat, so we may actually adjust the location. But that is an exclusive event to partners and ConnectWise. So it's part of the peer groups. It's Fun Day. Peer groups have a thing called Fun Day that we go and have a good time. That's what's tonight. So we'll hear more about that this afternoon, and we'll figure out if the boat's gotten fixed or whatever, and go from there. All right, we also have the sponsors. The sponsors will be in here for a little bit, and then they will transition over to the break to the secondary room at 10 o'clock. They'll come and do some booth time, lunch, and then they'll come back over here. They'll go back to the breakout room, 120 to 220. So our goal, guys, is to teach the vendors how to be better partners. Right? At the end of the day, we all need to win. It's not just the resellers, it's not just the vendors, everybody needs to win. So you'll find that we are dedicating almost as much content to them as we are to you. All right. So I want to talk a little bit about promotions so that you know what we're going to do to put our money behind our voices. For those of you who want to do something new in the new year, put on a new accelerator plan, maybe you're a net new client that wants to launch a caller. If you commit to 3 years, we'll give it 3 months free, 1 year, 1 month free. So if you're an existing customer, you just add a new service, and your first month is free on a 12-month agreement. If you want to beef up your social media and with a web bundle, a lot of video marketing, using our amazing marketing team for $1,500, there's a number of things in there that we're going to do to kind of spice up your social and spice up your website. Speaking of spicing up, you could spice up your company's social media profile for $9.99. And then we're offering something new. There's been a lot of talk today and this week about modifying our qualification criteria to increase quantity and increase trajectory and growth rate. And then, so what we're doing behind that is to say, you know what? If whatever you think the new number is, if it's 1 and up or 5 and up or 3 and up or more industries, whatever it is you want to do, whatever new profile you have, we'll give you every single contact we have for one price, $9.99. That includes all your deduping and uploading and all that other stuff. We want to bolster the data going into the new year, kind of give the tele-team and the marketing team some fresh people to talk to and hopefully accelerate the lead generation. We're offering a new service. If you need a part-time sales manager or a sales consultant, 1 hour a week, you can have someone like Dexter or someone like me literally on your staff, only working with you and your team, doing whatever it is you need, whether it's working with the board or your sales team, managing pipeline, looking at plans, whatever it is. A new service, $9.99 a month, which is a huge discount. We've always offered this, but it's never been this inexpensive. It's actually twice as much. If you are an existing customer and you don't want a new service, but you want to extend the service you have, we'll give you that unlimited contacts for $9.99 at no cost. So if you are on 1 year left and you want to do another year, we'll go ahead and give you that $1,000 for all the new contacts for free as part of this as well. So anyway, that's what we've got there. All right. Not sure we have Cassay in here a little bit. We've got an agenda, order of slide this year here, guys, I think. No? Oh, Michael's coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael DePalma.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Where is he?
VP of Business Development, North America, Kaseya, Michael DePalma.
All right, jumped the gun. See that? I jumped right into the front. A couple of things. There was a great panel up here yesterday with a bunch of different vendors. And I was watching it. I just wanted to make one more comment. Yesterday, I had a partner put together a call, and it was a 2-hour call. He sent all the vendors coffee and stuff, but he talked to the vendors that he leverages for MDF funds. So we had ConnectWise was on there. I think Cisco was on there. There's about 4 or 5 vendors. And what this partner did is he's like, I just want to map out my year. And I want to talk about what kind of funds are available to me. I want to know, what I could use them for. And it was great. I mean, we had direct competitors on there, but when it comes to MDF funds, we're not competing anymore, right? We're trying to help that partner grow whatever piece of the business we own. And I want to say, like, that was something that every MSP should strive to do, because you're getting all your vendors and you're making sure that they're leveraging each other. It's also good because it was kind of pitting us against each other, like who's going to give me the most money, right? So it was a smart idea. But now we have a map, and it's good for us as vendors to know exactly what kind of things we're going to be spending money on, when I have to allocate resources, whether it's a body to come out and present. And so I just thought it was a very unique thing that I hadn't really seen any other partner do. So just something to keep in mind, right? Leverage all of your vendors. Everybody's got different MDF programs or different things that we can utilize. So it just wanted, before it was, why it was top of mind, just because it was just yesterday morning, I wanted to mention it. But when we look at kind of what we're trying to do at Kaseya, we do our state of the channel report every year, and we get some stats back about what's working in the channel, what MSPs are doing to succeed in those things. And those are all great stats for you guys, but it's also really great for us because it helps kind of drive our roadmap. And since up until this, couple of last months, I've been running our MDF program. I spend a lot of time on calls with partners just talking about business. I'm not talking about any products. I'm not an engineer by any means, so if you've got any kind of engineering questions, go ask some folks at our booth, but just about business, road mapping, what's working, what's not. And so what I tried to do in this presentation is just compile some of the things that we've seen, some successful stories that we've seen partners do. And I've been in sales for over 20 years in various capacities outside of technology, and at the end of the day, sales is still sales. There's still a playbook to follow. And what we saw in our last report, and it's been pretty consistent, that most MSPs get about 2/3 of their business from recommendations or referrals. Obviously, the Shangri-La is to have every one of your business just come and walk in the door through a referral, but the partners that are successful at that have a playbook in place to how to generate those referrals. They don't just fall on your lap. My first job out of college, I sold life insurance for New York Life, and I was 22, I looked like I was 15, calling people, this is early 2000s, calling people in their kitchen trying to get them to buy life insurance. And even if you did get an appointment and a sale, part of the thing was you had to slide a piece of paper and say, hey, can you refer 3 family members? It was the most awkward thing in the world. But the successful reps knew how to do it in a way that it seemed conversational. And that's 20 plus years ago. Now we have a lot of resources at our disposal, whether it's through LinkedIn, whether it's through any sort of social media, where you could find out that maybe a client of yours is connected with somebody that you want to do business with. So now in a quarterly business review or even just a conversation, you could say, hey, do you know Jim, the attorney, down the street? I've been trying to get a hold of him. You know that they're friends with him because they're LinkedIn with him or whatever. And you say, oh yeah, and I play golf with them every week. Well, I've been trying to get in touch with them. Would you be able to connect us? That's an easy way to ask for a referral as opposed to the slide a piece of paper across the table, right? But I think that when if you really want to really drive a referral source and something that that you could rely upon, it really does start with how you're bringing on new business from the very beginning. And so when you look at what sales kind of looks like, and again, this is across the board, and you look at kind of what happens on the pre-sale side of things, which is all the branding stuff that you're doing, all the outsourced marketing that you're doing, how you're differentiating yourself from your competitors. That's what's happening on the front end. And there's a lot of ways to go about it, but at the end of the day, we all know we have to dedicate resources towards that. But the post-sale piece is how you're going to actually take that new business and then drive the referrals and drive new business as it moves forward. And what we've seen more than anything over the last few years is that what the business community is looking for is education. Because everybody understands cybersecurity is important. You go to any show and the theme of it's cybersecurity. And so if you're going to do an MDF event and you just say a cybersecurity lunch and learn, you're going to kind of get lost in the mix because every other MSP out there is doing that. But what they really want is kind of the cliff notes as to what's going on. What is it that I need to know about this, right? So Colonial Pipeline attack. Everybody read stories about it. Very few people actually understood what happened, what it actually meant, what the financial impacts were. And so what we've seen with those MDF events is if you're going to do one of those things, never make it a product push. Never go into it saying, hey, I want to sell more Datto Cirrus devices, and so we're going to do all these things. Yeah, we do those fun disaster demos where we blow things up. That's fun. But that's only one piece of a 45-minute, hour-long presentation. So when you think about education, yeah, that's part of what we're doing at these events, but it really needs to be part of your business, part of your culture. Because the successful MSPs that I've seen, they are the go-to source in their region for this kind of information. Their Facebook page, it's not all just blasting out advertisements about their company. No, they're over there putting together educational pieces about what's happening in the news, what's relevant right now. That's what their LinkedIn feed is. That's what their blog is. And so when you look at that education, it's kind of twofold. You want to be able to educate those business owners, because ultimately those are the decision makers. But it's also important, even with your existing clients, to educate that entire office. Educate every single person in that office so that they are also their go-to source for information about technology and all those different types of things. That's where we all need to get to, because the conversations I had at MDF events 5-6 years ago, the majority of those were, why should you outsource your IT? What is an MSP? You know, these type of things, right? You're handling it in-house. Why does it make sense to outsource your IT? Those conversations now have shifted. Most people know what an MSP is. I was at an event in Boston alongside a partner. It's a tech conference, end-user tech conference, and the partner kept saying, I'm an MSP, and I was like, man, it's kind of like you're not supposed to say that in front of end users because nobody knows what it is. Everybody knew what it was. Everybody knows now what an MSP is. Now the thing is, how do you differentiate yourself? It's not a question of why you should outsource your IT. It's why should you outsource your IT to me? Why should you choose me? And the education piece is what's critical. Because what I see at a lot of these MDF events, and I mean a lot of them, we'll do a presentation and folks will come up to me after and say, you know, I actually have a Datto in my office. We work with another MSP. So the obvious question is, well, what are you doing here? And to a T, they'll say, my MSP never does these educational things. And he never talks to me about really what ransomware is. I get an email and that's it. But what ransomware is and how they're getting in and who's behind these attacks. Now, I don't know how many of those people shift over to this new MSP, but I know that they're in that room because their MSP is not doing that. And in our State of the Ransomware, State of the Channel report that we did, and we talked to the small business community, 20% of them chose their MSP because they were not satisfied with their previous MSP. 1 in 5. That's the kind of churn that's happening. To me, that number kind of jumped off the page because for the most part, it's not that they're not satisfied with the work that you guys are doing. A lot of times the really successful and the really good MSPs are doing too good of a job and not communicating all the cool things you guys are doing in the background to make sure that their business is up and running. So that allows the door to be open to somebody that's going to sneak in with a cheaper price and say, I could do all that stuff. And in their mind, well, I never really talked to my MSP. So yeah, cheaper price, sure. You say you do all the things. So education is critical, not just to drive new business, but for retention as well. And that will lead towards that referral kind of source that we're talking about. And ultimately, the education piece also makes it easier for you to actually make money off of this client because you're not wasting so much time on little things that they can take care of for themselves. What it also allows you to do is when you finally sign that contract and they're onboarding with you and you have a process in place, this is extremely critical. A repeatable process in place to what that onboarding looks like. It's good for your clients, but it's also good for everybody in your organization. Because, we do peer groups and things like that, and we talk to some partners that have gotten large, and almost across the board, and Arlen's in the back, he could tell it, I think what we see is people say it's really hard to let go of anything. This is my baby, this is my MSP, I'm the go-to person for everything. Once you grow to a point where you can't handle those things, you have to be able to hand that off to somebody that you trust. And when you have a repeatable process in place, especially on the onboarding side, now here's the playbook. This is how we onboard new clients. It's not how I onboard new clients. It's how we as a company onboard new clients. And it becomes a repeatable process. So now if there is turnover, you're not reliant on yourself or that one person that you really trust. Here's the playbook. This is what we do, right? And I think that's really critical if you're looking to grow, to have a place where you bring in somebody new. And we all know it's hard to hire right now and hard to retain talent because everybody's kind of bouncing around. But here's the playbook. And I could train you what this playbook looked like. And that starts with that onboarding process. through the education of all these folks, and also, you know, what that white glove kind of feel looks like at the very beginning. You also want to my earlier point, kind of position yourself as, I'm the market leader. I'm the person that you're going to come to for information. I'm the one that's going to give you the Cliff's Notes about exactly what's happening out there. And so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of really good information out there. Vendors all have it. We take a lot of pride in all the things that we do at Kaseya and Datto prior to that. All the vendors have that. Your sales reps are calling you to try to see if you have deals for them. Leverage them and say, well, what kind of resources do you have? I'm going to be on a podcast, or I'm going to be in a webinar. I need information about X, Y, and Z. Or Q1, I'm really going to focus on the small medical office vertical. I want to make sure I have information. Leverage all of your vendors for that stuff. You don't have to sit there and stare at a blank screen every quarter, every month before you start one of these marketing campaigns. But what you're going to do, and when you become that trusted advisor, is you do earn that trust. That, when you call them up, they're not saying, oh, he's trying to sell somebody, he's trying to sell me something new. I do get that. Every time my MSP calls me, there's something else I have to buy. Well, in reality, if you guys weren't doing that, you wouldn't be doing your job. If you weren't educating them about all the new solutions, go walk the vendor floor. There's a lot of vendors here that weren't here last year because they're new and they're innovative and they're great. And so, yeah, you have to have those educational conversations. But if they know that you're coming at them through the lens of, I'm trying to be a trusted advisor and saying, look, this is a solution that's going to help alleviate some of those problems. If you're not doing that, if you don't feel like, hey, every time I call them, I'm trying to get them to buy me something, your competitors will come in and show them those tools. And they're going to say, well, man, this is this new shiny object that's going to solve all these solutions. How come my MSP hasn't been talking about that? Right? So you need to develop that trust up front, and that's where that onboarding process comes from. The other piece is reducing the tickets, becoming more profitable. At the end of the day, you want to become more profitable, you just make sure you have real margin on your clients. So you could say I get 40% markup on all these different widgets that I'm selling them, but if my techs are spending all these hours every single week doing things that really I shouldn't have to do, well, now all of a sudden that margin starts to erode. When I started at Datto 8 years ago, if you wanted to become Datto certified, you had to fly to beautiful Norwalk, Connecticut, pay $500, spend a week in our office, and our trainers would come in and train everybody. Now, it's all virtual, online certifications, it's all free. And why did that make more sense? Because the people that became certified, well, they have less tickets. So again, it's more profitability for us because they're not calling us for little things that they could take care of on their own. The same thing goes for your end users. If you could just educate them and train them, that money spent up front is going to be money in your pocket as that contract continues to evolve, because they're going to be able to solve a lot of those problems. And then, when you look at what kind of delivery that you're offering, you're producing for your clients, again, it's going to be across the board. So now that referral source might not necessarily just be the owner of the company. It could be somebody in middle management or even a low entry level position at that client of yours who now talks at lunch dinners or dinners or lunches and all these different types of things. Everybody wants to sound like the smart people in the room. So Colonial Pipeline, everybody's kind of talking about it. Well, I know exactly what happened. My MSP told me X, Y, and Z. So you really have to look at that educational piece across the board with everybody within that organization. And what you'll find is that will then start to lead to those referral sources. And it's also, at the end of the day, we know what causes the vast majority of these attacks. It's user error, right? It's somebody clicking on a button. All the technology in the world is great. But at the end of the day, what they're relying upon, these criminals, is somebody being asleep at the wheel. So not only is it going to help, drive your revenue and increase your margin and include, add to your referral sources, it's also going to reduce those attacks. So it makes your life a lot easier, and you're not, running around with your hair on fire. Not that you couldn't put that fire out, but nobody wants to go through one of those things. But the other piece is the Net Promoter Score. And we've done a couple of things, and I'm sure everybody involved here is kind of familiar with it. But if you don't know, Net Promoter Score is not only a score of how much your client likes you, it's how much they are willing to promote you. And what was interesting was we did a survey for the small business community a few years ago, and across the board, everybody was very, very satisfied. The people that were most satisfied with their IT were the folks that were outsourcing it. Actually, top was the co-managed model. Second was straight outsourced. Least satisfactory was the folks that were handling it in-house. But at the end of that, when we looked at the Net Promoter Score, how many of these small businesses would go out and proactively promote their MSP? we were at the bottom of the list of almost every other industry, below telco, below a lot of other industries. And I think, again, it goes to that earlier point that a lot of times MSPs aren't doing a good job about promoting exactly what it is that you guys are doing and what problems you guys are solving. And the only way to drive referrals is not only to make them happy, but also to have them go out and sing your praises. And so how does that happen, right? Now, what we've been talking about at MDF events to kind of differentiate our partners from others is instead of doing something that's around cybersecurity, we talk about cyber resilience. Because not as many people are talking about that, even though we already are doing it. Everybody in this room is already doing the cyber resilience piece. It's just a mindset shift. You know, when I started at Datto, the whole conversation was stop talking about backups, start talking about business continuity. Now everybody kind of understands that. Right now, it's stop talking about cybersecurity, start talking about cyber resilience. Because cybersecurity in the minds of a lot of folks is still just some commodity that they can go out and buy and it's going to solve their problem. And they'll hear a radio ad or they'll see a sleek television commercial or whatever, or a good sales rep calls them and tells them about all the things they could do. And then when you come to them and say cybersecurity, their idea is, well, why do I have to outsource that? I can just go buy this widget that's going to solve all my problems. I heard it on the radio, right? That's cybersecurity. Now, we know that's not the case, but I'm just telling you that's the mindset. Whereas cyber resilience is a holistic approach to all of this, right? I mean, there's a great event coming up in February called Write a Boom. We've been talking about that for a while. But the idea is like, yeah, we're going to do all of these things to protect you up front. We're going to identify where all your assets live, who has access to them. We're going to do this whole plan. We're going to put together an incident response plan. Then we're going to put a protection plan in place. But ultimately, that's where security kind of ends. The conversation is now, instead of just talking about cybersecurity, the easy open-ended question is, okay, what happens after an attack? Who is detecting that attack has occurred? How long is it staying dormant before you find out about it? Who is responsible for responding to it? And then ultimately, what does that recovery time look like? Now, in the study that I was referencing, the average length of downtime from a ransomware attack, about 20 days. And that's a real number because I've done things with the Department of Homeland Security and FBI. Their number's around 16.2 days. Done stuff with the cyber insurance industry. Their number is actually higher. It's about 24 days. But we're talking about weeks, and people don't understand that. So when you look at this circle, how long is that going to take? Well, we know right now, on average, it's anywhere between 16.2 days and 24 days. And the insurance company knows these numbers because these are the numbers that they're paying out on. And you ask anybody if that's an acceptable amount of time, nobody's going to say yes to that, right? So I put on the screen normally kind of a linear perspective of what this looks like. It's easier to kind of digest, and this is the one where, business owners take a picture of it. But again, this is that concept of right-hand side of the boom. What are you doing on the right-hand side of the boom? What kind of products are you offering? And they don't necessarily need you to open the hood and show them, oh, I've got Datto RMM here, and I've got this, I got SentinelOne. They don't really care. They're paying money to you. They're not paying money to Datto or any of our competitors. They're paying money to you. So you just have to be able to explain to them, well, here's how I'm going about detecting an attack has occurred. And here's what our response looks like. And then ultimately, here's what that recovery looks like. And, we've got a business continuity solution. We're going to make sure that instead of 16, 20, 24 days, we're talking about minutes or hours before I have you operational. It's a simple conversation. It's a 30-second elevator pitch of what you guys are doing on that right-hand side of the boom compared to what either they're doing in-house or that their current MSP is not explaining to them. Because a lot of times they don't know what that process is. The fire alarm goes off right now. For the most part, we kind of know what to do. We've been trained of what to do when a fire alarm goes off. When somebody clicks on a screen and they get that, clicks on something they're not supposed to and get that scary red screen, how many people really know what that first phone call needs to be or what they have to do? This is what the channel provides for them. And so what we're seeing, and kind of, we know that that's the opportunity, and those are all great things. But what we're seeing on our side of things is, what are the struggles here? Well, we know right now that you guys are dealing with a lot of different vendors and juggling a lot of different integrations and all those type of things. That's just the reality of it. It used to be easy. You could work with 3 or 4 vendors and they take care of everything. And, the same thing for the end users. They could deal with a couple of vendors and that handles my cybersecurity. It handles, my Wi-Fi and all that stuff. Now we just know that we have to be integrating with a lot of other folks. So everybody in this room has got that kind of multi-function lifestyle. That's just what we deal with. We know that on average, our partners deal with 17 different vendors on average. That's a lot of vendors to juggle around. And again, that's a lot of sales reps calling you, telling you about different things. That's 17 different ones. And so that's how the day is spent. So what we're trying to do is trying to find a solution to kind of alleviate that. Yeah, we want to have all the great products in place, support them. I mean, ultimately, you know, when you're looking at any vendor, there's three main factors you consider. One is this thing going to work? Two, are we going to be supported? And I'm not saying just support on the tech support side, but also that sales and marketing side, where you could leverage us to try to deliver things through MDF or marketing materials and those type of things. But also, ultimately, can I make margin off of this stuff, right? Those are the three main pillars with any product that you're reselling. But so we want that to work, but also we want to make sure that that margin is real and that you're utilizing everything that's in there. So we see that vendor fatigue. We know it's real. It was in our report. And we interviewed over 2,000 MSPs, and that came up as one of the top problems and issues that folks were facing. That vendor fatigue, that, you know, my techs are working in multiple different portals every single day and bouncing around, bouncing back and forth. All these different contract negotiations, all the different updates that we're seeing. How are my techs keeping up to date with all that stuff? It's very difficult, right? We all have to deal with it. The other piece is that, you know, the efficiency in which you could run your business. And understanding that, again, when you look at margin, that margin starts to erode the moment you guys start working with that client. So when you look at true margin, and again, that's why I encourage peer groups and things like this to really have open conversations with your peers. One of the best things about the channel is that it's a very open-minded place where we see even direct competitors sharing ideas with each other. That's awesome. I've never seen an industry like this. Leverage those kind of resources. Okay, well, what is my real margin? Not just the margin that's on a piece of paper that says 40% or whatever that. At the end of the month, how much money am I making off of that individual client? That comes down to efficiency. You know, we talk about, you know, in the Datto days about, you know, the total cost of ownership. And yeah, you can go buy a cheaper backup solution, but how many hours a week, a month, a year are your tech spending managing that? Well, that's your real margin. And so we want to make sure that it's as integrated and as automated as possible. The other piece of that, too, is not just about the efficiency of it. There are a lot of cool features that all these vendors are putting out that maybe were the reason why you chose that vendor that are going underutilized. Because you just do the math. An average MSP works with 17 different vendors. On average, there's a release every month. At least that's what every vendor brags about, right? There's a new release every month. Then there's all these new features and all these different types of things. That's 3,000 on average. Different releases or product features coming out every single year that you and your techs have to understand and utilize. And we know right now that about 30% of those features are actually being utilized. So you might have chose a vendor because of some really, really cool feature, and chances are you and your techs aren't even utilizing that feature because it's impossible to keep up. Even just in Kaseya, and I get all the emails about all these new features. I talk to Jay Price and just say, hey, give me the cliff notes on this and turn it into English for me so I can go up on stage and talk about it. I can't even imagine what it's like to have to figure out 17 different vendors, 12 releases every year, all these different features and fixes that we're putting together. We're leaving features and functionalities on the table. Again, it becomes that differentiator. Maybe your competitor is doing it a better way and now can show that I'm actually utilizing that feature. So those are the kind of problems we're trying to solve. And then ultimately, I do a lot of peer group stuff, and I always put out a pre-event survey and say, okay, what are you concerned about in 2023? And really, the last several months has been four main things. One, everybody's concerned about the recession, or whatever we want to call it, whatever the economic uncertainty. I'm not supposed to say recession. Economic uncertainty. The next one is always security. The next one is hiring talent. And then what everybody's concerned about is lowering operational costs. Now, the small business community has those same four concerns. So I'll flip it on its head and say every one of those is an opportunity for the channel, right? Because think about how hard it is for us to hire. It's hard for Datto to hire, Kaseya to hire, for you guys to hire. Think about if you're the in-house IT team and your head of IT leaves. You're going to have a tough time finding somebody that's good, because why are they on the sidelines when everybody's begging for a job? And then you're going to have to overpay them, and then we know there's going to be turnover there. Easier conversation is to say, isn't it more efficient just to outsource it to me? Let me deal with the hiring issues. You're going to pay me this amount of money every single month, and I'm your IT team, and you don't have to worry about that headache? Like, you could flip this on its head and say, okay, I know we want to limit what those software budgets are and those operational costs are. We want to make sure that's there. And if you could start to do these things, because ultimately you have to deliver on whatever it was that you promised them, that's how you start getting these referrals. And that's where, you know, the problems that we're trying to solve. And that's why we've got, you know, dedicated account managers. Everybody has those. But we've got those product specialists that could dive in. We've got over 30 products, so we got to make sure, you know, that we can dive in and have somebody that can go do those things. And then we have our engineering team who could actually demo those solutions for you. Because again, the problems we're trying to solve more from a high level, it's not about the widgets or the cool features. It's about, are we putting together a solution that's going to solve a problem in the channel? And that's why we do those reports. Right? We could come up with a lot of cool features. Our techs are geniuses. They can go out and do a lot of things. But if it doesn't solve a problem, you guys don't utilize it, then what's the point of us spending money on it? That's why we put all these resources into our, you know, co-marketing funds and MDF funds and all these different co-brandable materials. That's why you should be leveraging all these things. That's why Marketopia does a great job of that. Leverage those things. You don't have to start staring at that blank screen. We've got our RTO calculator. I can give you a source file for that. You can throw it up on your website, start to look at what the cost of downtime looks like, breaking down the sale calculator, which looks at it differently. Here's how much money you're generating every single month, Mr. Business Owner. Your $1 million business, that's $2 a minute. For 6 pennies a minute, you could outsource your IT, and I could talk about that right side of the boom and all those different types of things. These calculators are there. Again, these are tools that you can use. Whether they fit into your marketing strategy or not, I can't tell you that. But I'm sure every vendor in here has these type of tools. So spend the time to leverage us, to leverage your vendors, to get all of those type of things. We do have some show specials. We're right outside here, so hopefully if you haven't stopped by our booth, you can. But we've got some great show specials. We'll be around all day, so looking forward to answering everybody's questions. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Executive Officer, Marketopia, Terry Hedden.
Back there we go. All right. One of the challenges I think that we all have faced at different times, whether you're honestly Dado going to private equity or going to your parents or your credit cards, is finding money to grow. So I wanted to spend a few minutes this morning to really talk about how you can find the money that you need to grow. All right. You know, one of the challenges with growth is it's expensive. Much like it's expensive to produce a great quality product when it comes to service, it is not inexpensive to grow your business. So we're going to talk a little bit about how you get that money. How do you actually fund what it is you need to do? First thing is to step back and look at your business as a whole. For most of us, we are lopsided in our investment strategy. There's so many great technologies out there, so many engineers that we love to have. And frankly, we always want to make sure that we support our customers with up to the 1 minute response times and 7 minute resolution times and all these insane service KPIs that lead to us becoming overstaffed on the engineering side. We're simply aren't as efficient as we need to be because we've allowed our engineering team to find work to do that may not need to be done or become less efficient on the work that needs to be done, and therefore we become overstaffed. And you know that when you ask yourself this question: if I closed a deal for 50 new seats, would I need to add an engineer? If I had to close the deal with 100 new seats, would I need to add an engineer? If I added one with 200 seats? And for me and most MSPs out there, the answer was always yes. I never needed to hire another person. What that meant was that I was overstaffed. The reality is I overinvested in the services side and underinvested in the sales and marketing side, to my detriment. Work expands to fill the time you give it. So if you have 4 engineers and you have 3 clients that all have 10 workstations, they will be busy. That's just the way the world works, right? Especially the days of work from home. It's really easy to be busy now. You can be busy watching soap operas. You can be busy doing patch management. You can spend 4 hours to do a 15-minute task. And not that I'm suggesting it's a deceitful thing. It's natural, right? I'm working. You pay me to work 8 hours a day, so I'm going to work for you. But I only have 3 hours of work to do, so therefore I'm going to take 8 hours to do 3 hours of work. And that becomes a disease that eats and eats at the core of the business to the point where it becomes a business that can't afford to run properly. When I say run properly, it's being a balanced business. You have to invest in the front end of your business, or else you don't really have one. You have a service department, right? If you don't have a functional sales and marketing organization, you don't actually own a business. You own a service department. It's not the same thing, right? You have to be able to generate leads and close sales. You have to be able to fund your growth, fund achievement of your goals to be considered a real business. Far too many MSPs focus on the back end, and it's bound time for us to step back and relook at our business and say, am I doing this right? If I don't have enough money to spend on the front of the business, something's wrong, right? Is it that I'm not charging enough, which is definitely a problem in our industry as well? We will literally give the shirt off our back to help a customer who's been a customer for 5 years or more. I mean, we'll literally take food from our child's mouth and give it to that prospect. We will literally not be able to afford to send our kids to college because we're so loyal to the customer that's been loyal to us. There's a lot of different diseases out there. But what you want to do here is to just step back and say, if I can't afford to run the front end of my business, I have to fix that, and I have to fix it now. And I literally mean now, like when you get back to the office or the email that you're going to send in an hour, you're going to fix these issues. You're not going to do it anymore. You are stealing from yourself, your future self, your family, your employees. You're not able to pay them what they're worth because you're not charging your customers enough, or you have more people than you need. One of the two. This is a low margin business. You can't afford to be overstaffed. We know that, right? If you're not making 10, 20, 30, 40 points of net profit, you're doing it wrong. And if you're not able to do that while investing in sales and marketing, you're doing it wrong. It's time you stop. We stop. It's not just you, it's everybody probably in this room. So where do you go get that money? So let's say you've gone through that exercise and you've fixed that business. You know, we have customers who've had the courage to increase their prices 25% this year, and I commend them for that because I know it's easier said than done, right? The last thing you want to do is to upset that customer who believed in you 10 years ago when you launched. But now you're charging them 20 bucks a month for unlimited on-site and remote support, and you're scared to increase their rate. All you're doing is stealing from your employees, stealing from your family, and stealing from the new customers that have trusted you to give that money back to those old customers. That's literally what you're doing. You're Robin Hooding yourself. It doesn't make sense. So that's your first priority, and that is a big problem for a lot of us. A lot of us. We're afraid. We're fearful. We're fearful of having fewer texts, we're fearful that we'll hurt our services. We're fearful of upsetting customers that have been loyal to us. So once you go through that, that's going to fix the vast majority of problems. But there still is going to come a time or a bridge between right now and when that starts to pay off, because it may take you months to roll what I just set out. So how do you get there? Because today's the day you're going to start doing things differently. So what are you going to do? You might look to personal funding. You know, when I sold a couple of businesses in 2012, and I had a few bucks in the bank account, and I bought houses and boats and got lots of things for a while, and then I said, you know what, this whole Marketopia thing's pretty good. I was able to take money and put it into a checking account and create the machine that you see before you this week. So that's personal funding. Some of us are blessed with that, and if you are, count yourself lucky, because not all of us are in that situation. Number two is friends and family. Go into your relatives or your friends, people who might believe in you personally and want to help you. Sometimes it's amazing what 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 grand will do for you. And there might be people in your life who have 50 grand that would have no problem giving it to you. They believe in you, especially if you give them a little piece of the pie. You know, maybe sell just a sliver of your company for 50 or 100 grand and change your life, right? Because if that's what's keeping you from doing what it takes to achieve your dreams, you're literally changing your life by allowing someone to help you. Friends and family tend to be a lot more willing than you realize. There are a lot of people out there with nest eggs at their savings accounts that maybe they don't need. They have a simple life. They don't need, you know, big cars, big vacation houses, right? They want to help their friends. They want to help their family. So ask them. You'd be surprised. Sometimes you'd be really surprised that a teacher has 100 grand that would have no problem giving it to you. You know what I mean? That's that friends and family. A lot of us, though, go more toward credit cards and loans. We're afraid to ask our friends and family for money because either it's embarrassing, or maybe we assume they don't have it or aren't willing to give it to us, so we go to credit cards and loans. And those are options. They're not options we like to see you make unless it's very temporary. Like that bridge I was telling you about. If you know that you're going to make the changes in January, you're going to let go of that engineer you don't need, or raise prices on clients that are renewing in February, and you need that bridge, I'm all about that. I'm all about that. Hey, it's a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day, 4-month, 6-month, maybe max kind of thing. Absolutely, go out there at credit cards. But don't hawk your life on a prayer, right? Unless it's a short-term one. Private equity is more of the big boys, right? Private equity, venture capitalists, and angel investors, those are sources of capital that are completely unlimited. I mean, I see the Tomo Bravo investment portfolio they just made billions and billions of dollars in a bank account ready to go invest in businesses. There's a lot of money out there. Those friends and family become kind of angel investors, right? Angel investors are more amateur private equity or VCs. So that's where that friends and family comes in. So there are a lot of sources out there. Start with what's closest to you, lowest cost to you, and preferably lowest risk. Or if you need a lot of money, you may have to go to the big boys right away. So those are more banking and finance options that I absolutely recommend you take. A lot of family businesses are started with family money. Guys, this whole inflation thing is real. You looked at the cost of eggs lately, steak. You bought a steak lately? It's like unbelievable what a steak costs at a grocery store. I can't even imagine. I haven't been to like a nice steakhouse in the last year, and my guess is that a Ruth's Chris steak is 50% more than it was a few years ago. I'm going to give you permission right now. You have my permission to raise your prices. It is your, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize you were waiting for that, but I'm glad that it's finally off. Now I know my annual responsibility is to tell you, guys, you should raise your prices every single year. Every single year at or above the rate of inflation. You see, no one should expect a raise on your team unless your customers give you a raise. Marketopia is kind of unique because we are transparent about that. When you have a caller who's ready for a promotion, and we kind of have to share in that because we can't give callers promotions and customers pay us more, guess what? You should be doing the same thing. When your senior network engineer now wants 90 grand where it was 70 grand 2 years ago, that represents a 25% increase in their pay. That has to be passed on by the customers. There's some amazing vendors. I think there's 23 of them out there, right? Data was just on stage. ConnectWise, there's some amazing technologies. They're raising their prices. And while those tools may make you more efficiently, right now, I can assure you that those efficiency gains on an annual basis are not meeting or exceeding the rate of inflation, 7%, 10%. In Tampa Bay, thanks to not shutting down for COVID, we have like 0.9% unemployment here. Our salaries are going totally insane. I don't know if it's sustainable, but I can tell you that you have to pass on those increases if you want to survive. Stop cutting your income and sacrificing your future because you don't want to give your customers an increase in price. For the love of God, do it every single year, disciplined to do it. Even if it's scary, even if it's not fun, it's never going to be fun, it's never going to be easy. You have to do it every year because if you don't, and let's say you're in a position right now where you haven't been very good at that, you all of a sudden face a chasm now. It's not 3%, 5%, 10%, it's 20%, 30%, 50%. I talked to some really nice people last night. They were talking and really proud of their $29 all-in unlimited service plan. Guys, that doesn't work. I don't care how good you are. I don't care how automated you are. I don't care how many tools and technologies and automation scripts you have. You have to have a business that runs. If you can't afford to pay your employees what they're worth, raise your prices. If you can't afford to balance your business and invest in sales and marketing, raise your prices. You either cut techs or raise your prices, or probably both. If you lose a big customer, your responsibility to yourself, your family, and your stakeholders is to cut the expenses that went with that customer. Stop stealing from yourself. Stop sacrificing personally. You should make as much or more than you would if you went to work at the person sitting to your left or right. A lot of us are not making enough money, and that's ridiculous too. It's self-sabotage. We're not willing to invest in growing our business. Guess what? MSPs don't make a lot of money until they get decently sized. You're not going to make 200 grand a year until you get to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 people, right? So you've got to grow if you want to achieve your goals. We talked about the valuation yesterday. You did the math. Every year you should raise your price. Please, please, please do so today. Make a plan. Make a plan. Just stop sacrificing your future to stop because you're scared of doing something difficult. All right, another one. Jeez, this is easy. We can talk about this all day. Yes, again and again, 20%, 30%. Send the email. All right. Now, this isn't going to be popular with those 23 beautiful vendors out there. Guys, stop buying crap. until you can buy what your future deserves, until you can buy what you need to achieve your goals, including until you make enough money to pay yourself, stop buying things you don't need. If you've got the money and or see future and benefit, absolutely buy all of it. I'm not saying that. But if you're one of those people who you did your math and you need 20 appointments a month, but you can't afford any, stop buying crap. That's just pay yourself first. Put your family first. Put your future first. You should be prioritizing your future, not just toys and technologies and your laptops and your new iPhones and all these gadgets that we all love to buy. I'm not saying don't, but don't do it and sacrifice your future because of it. And a lot of us are doing that. We're quick to buy a tech. We're quick to buy a tool. We're quick to buy software. You should be looking at vendors and say, how are you going to make me more revenue and profit? Not how cool your technology is. And that's one of the things that I think is special about the people outside here. They get that. They understand that a cool feature and benefit means jack to you, right? How does this make me revenue? How does this make me profit? How does this make me reduce my expenses? How does your PSA tool help me understand what contracts are profitable and ones that aren't so I can raise my prices? How can I manage cash flow better using a better financial or PSA system? Stop buying expenses and start making investments in running your business. There's a lot of us that are guilty of this, and I'm one of them. I love my gadgets too. But I'm not willing to sacrifice my kids' future because of them, that's for sure. All right. Make short-term sacrifices, and this is something that, the key word being short. Short-term. I'm okay with you saying, you know what, I'm going to forego my family vacation this year because I need to make this investment out of a business. I'm perfectly okay with that. We all have that, right? I want to sacrifice today to make it tomorrow. Just make sure that that's a short-term sacrifice, not a long-term one, right? I want you to look at next year and say, I'm committed to making 15, 20, 30 points bottom line profit in my business. I'm going to do what it takes. I'm going to raise revenue by selling more. I'm going to increase leads by getting more customers. I'm going to increase the top line of my business while working on my bottom line. I'm going to go to my peer groups and say, guys, help me. Help me. Let me like open my jacket and show you what's inside and help me understand what I'm wasting money on. Am I spending too much on office space? Do I have too many techs relative to the client base that I have? Am I not as efficient as I need to be? Am I not running my business right? There's a lot, and Arlen is going to come up and talk about some things in a little bit, but there's some great peer groups in the community, and certainly Marketopia's peer group's one where you build the relationships deep enough to have a real conversation. Hey man, I'm scared. Can you help me? My profit is so low right now that I need 20 leads a month and I can only afford 4. Help me. And the person in that group is not going to judge you, not going to be ridicule you. They're going to sit down and actually grind with you and go, okay, what's this? What's this? What's this $4,000 a month? I see it. What does that mean? Well, that's because I love to give my employees a monthly bonus of $4,000. Like, what are you doing? Find someone you trust. Open your heart and mind to allowing them to help you do those things. Cut back on dumb crap like sporting tickets, expensive trips. If you need to make some short-term sacrifices for your family, great. Just make them short-term. Plan for your future. That should be your priority. After all, that's why you're here. That's why you opened this business. It certainly wasn't to work your ass off for 90 hours a week for the next 52 years and then die on a job and then give your business to your family only to find out that they just had to shut it down because no one was willing to buy it. We have some discussions this afternoon about valuation and about what are you going to do with your business? What's your long-term legacy? What does this mean to you? What's the link between operational maturity and exit valuation? You're going to hear from some great speakers here. But you will undoubtedly hear from all of them that growth is important. Revenue growth is important. Getting big is important. You have to hit economies of scale, right? At the end of the day, you need one employee to take care of one computer, but you also might need one employee to take care of 500 computers or 1,000 computers or 2,000 computers. So what does that mean? Is that you have to maximize the productivity of every employee to maximize profit within your business. The same thing occurs in accounting. You don't need 2 accounting people to double the size of your business, probably. So every time you add revenue, you don't add expense, you add bottom line profit. You're planning for your future. You're investing what it takes to achieve your dreams. And that is the number one mission of this conference. That's why you're here today. And that's the number one commitment that I want you to leave here with. A commitment to doing what it takes to achieve your dreams, even when it's hard. The commitment to stop taking all these problems that you've let linger for years and years and years and allowing them to roll over yet again in 2023. That legacy customer that believes in you probably believes in you enough to give you the revenue you need to run a real business. The people that have invested in you and believe in you probably believe in you enough and want good things for you and want you to achieve the goal you have for yourself and not work yourself into the grave. So if you don't leave here with anything else at Marketopia, I want you to know that at the beginning of this conference, we started off with that dream for a reason. And I want you to get on that path to achieve your dream. If you need to have a hard conversation, those who know me well enough know me that I will tell you the truth even when it hurts. I will be open and honest with you even when it sucks to hear what I have to say. Because I don't believe in sugarcoating any of us. Every single person in here is a good person. That's one of the beautiful things about this industry. We all deserve to achieve our dreams. Every single person in here deserves to achieve your dreams. Marketopia was built literally to help you achieve your dreams. When I retired, I sold my MSP at 38. I was done. We came back, Andrew and I came back to make a difference, and that's what we're here today. And I want you to make a difference in your life, in your family's life, and your future self, and do what it takes to achieve your goals. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
All right, we get some good nuggets out of that. I love it. Perfect. So next up, we have a special guest for you. Some of you were looking forward to seeing him earlier, but get excited he is about to hit the stage, Mr. Thaddeus Bulliard. If you are unfamiliar with that name, you might know him by Thaddeus O'Neal, as he lived some of your probably childhood fantasies of being a professional wrestler. He also played arena football and is a huge philanthropist, so I will let him tell you more about himself, but welcome to the stage, Thaddeus Bulliard.
Oh, I don't need this. Yeah. Good morning. Hey, y'all better wake up. Good morning. Hey, let's give the round of applause to the speaker before us. He gave y'all probably the greatest bit of advice. He gave y'all a lot of nuggets, but the main nugget was increase your prices. Because you can't pay bills trying to be nice, can't pay salaries trying to be nice, and you're definitely not going to be able to change the world just being nice. You use your niceness and your kindness to change the world by what you attain in life. And if you're not attaining nothing, you're just barely breaking even, then you really can't be a blessing to the world. So that stuck out with me from the speaking engagement before. My real name is Thaddeus Bullard. My wrestling name is Titus O'Neal, not Thaddeus O'Neal. I'm the product of a rape. My mother was raped at 11 years old, had me at the age of 12. She was driven from St. Augustine, Florida, down to Boynton Beach, Florida, to have an abortion, and she jumped out of the car, and 3 months later I was born. I've never met my biological dad a day in my life. I was labeled a kid that would be dead or in jail by the time I was 16, and I believed that for a greater part of my younger adult life. My mother and I had a horrible relationship, and I didn't understand why we had a horrible relationship until I was 17 years old. That's when I was told how I was conceived, and instantly all the hate that I had towards my mother instantly became love, because I realized that my mom was a kid trying to raise kids. I have 3 younger brothers. That's good. I have 3 younger brothers. My mom had 4 kids total. 3 of the 4 kids are all college graduates. I'm the first person in my family to graduate from high school, the first person in my family to graduate from college with 2 degrees. I graduated from the University of Florida, the greatest school in the world. Go Gators. I have my master's degree in administrative education. I graduated undergrad with criminology and a minor in sociology. Played football at the University of Florida. I'm not big like this for no reason. I did actually use it. And I'm in the University of Florida Hall of Fame. I was the vice president of student government at the University of Florida, which is one of the reasons why I hate politics to this day. Most of the people that helped me get elected as vice president of student government, a lot of them are still involved in politics. A lot of them have held or are holding high-ranking offices in the state of Florida up in Tallahassee. Nikki Freed helped me get elected as vice president of student government. Our attorney general, Ashley Moody, helped me she worked for me as the cabinet member, also helped me get elected. We have Dane Eagle. I can list about 30 people that all were at the University of Florida that helped me become vice president at the University of Florida. And when I ran for vice president at the University of Florida, it had zero to do with politics and everything to do with, I've never been a person since, as a younger kid, to just accept things as that's just how they are. That's just how they always have been. I went from living a life of insignificance to living a life of significance the minute I went to a place up in Live Oak, Florida called the Florida Sheriff's Boys Ranch. It was a place where I almost got kicked off of the Boys Ranch because I got into fights a lot. That was my first response to dealing with issues, was to just fight. I like to tell people all the time, you guys do realize that was my training ground for my current career as a WWE superstar. Only difference is now I get paid a lot of money to run around with underwear, boots, and baby oil on TV and beat people up. But I wasn't getting paid back then, and if anything, I was putting myself in a position where I would never really have an opportunity to thrive. So I signed a contract that I would not get into another fight. And in that contract, if I did get into another fight, it was stated that I would be sent back home to Boynton Beach. And about 30 minutes after I signed the contract, of course, I got into a fight. And a meeting was held, and the decision was made that I'll be sent back home to Boynton Beach. Now, at this point, I still don't know how I was conceived. Still have a horrible relationship with my mom. Hadn't been home since I went to the Boys Ranch. I was supposed to be there 18 months. I ended up staying there for 5 years. Not because I was a bad kid, but because I started doing so much better that it really didn't make sense for me to go back home. But during the conversation that I had with a white guy from Chicago, Illinois, named Mr. Patrick Minogue, he loved the Chicago Bulls, as I love the Chicago Bulls, not because of the team, but because of Michael Jordan. I like to tell people all the time I still wear the same hairstyle since my junior year in high school, simply because I love Michael Jordan. That's really not the truth. I just am going bald in certain areas. And it's a good look for me, so I just like being able to continue it. But he called me into the office and he said, the decision's been made for you to be sent home, and I'm gonna ask you a question. He said, why do you think you get into trouble all the time? And I said, I don't know, man, I'm just a bad kid. I had my head down because I knew I was screwed. I was going home. My mom lived in a 2-bedroom apartment in the projects. I got 3 younger brothers, really no room for me at the house. And he said, lift your head up. He said, there's no such thing as a bad kid. And I said, how can you say that? I'm been told I'll be dead or in jail by the time I was 16. I was told I'll never graduate from high school. I'll never go to college, too unathletic to play sports. And he said, I'm not going to give you the answer to that because I truly believe in my heart that you're going to turn things around. I'm going to piss a lot of people off because I'm not going to send you home. I'm going to go against what everybody has agreed that would be the best decision. And I'm doing this, and he said, look at me. I'm doing this because I love you and I believe in you. Now, a lot of people, at some point, thank you. Y'all give Brittany a round of applause. I'm not sitting because I'm lazy. I'm sitting, well, several reasons. Number one, I trained this morning at 5 o'clock legs. And the other reason is because I just feel more intimate. I just feel like I can have a real conversation with you guys. And I don't feel like a presenter when I'm standing up. I can actually just talk and look and respond. So he said, I love you and I believe in you. A lot of people had told me that they loved me and that they believed in me. I'm sorry. A lot of people had told me that they loved me, but then turn around and abuse me. They would beat me, they would curse me, etc. But nobody had ever told me that they believed that I can do anything. It was the complete opposite. It was always what I would never be able to do. I can't do this. I would never be able to graduate from high school, go to college, you know, yada, yada, yada. The list went on and on. And as I alluded to earlier, I've always had a very rebellious spirit, but it's always been in a negative sense up to that point. And I'm 12 years old, and feel like the world is against me. And I'm at the Boys Ranch, which is only 4 black kids on the entire campus, 1 black staff member. I go from smelling train smoke and car smoke in the morning to smelling horse manure and cow manure and hay in the morning. It's a big culture shock for me. I go from not having a dad in the house to having to call a white woman and a white man mom and pop. It's not a racist thing, it's just a culture thing. When you've dealt with so much trauma with people coming in and out of your life, the inconsistency of, you know, teachers telling you they love you and then they leave the school because the school's just too hard for them. And then you got an uncle that tells you he loves you, and you got another person that tells you they love you, but they're just in and they're out. And so I never really had consistency in regards to somebody telling me that they love me and then showing me that they believed in me. Many of you in the crowd today started your business for various reasons. Number one, it was a vision that you had of yourself and where you could be. But more importantly, you had somebody along the way that tell you that you can do it. And there are going to be people that tell you what you can't do your entire life. They'll tell you how you'll never grow and this and that. And somebody said earlier that, you know, a bunch of small business owners together. If you feel like you're a small business owner and you're in the room, raise your hand. Okay. All right, so I'm here to tell you something, a little secret. If you think you're small, you'll continue to be small. If you think big, you'll be big. If you think you're small, your employees will think you're small. Your customers will think you're small. They'll think they can nickel and dime you because you're a small business. You should operate no different than, Apple's not reducing the prices on an Apple phone. Netflix is continuously increasing their rates. So why the hell would you not put yourself in a situation where you are a big business? You got to think big-minded. I used to be small-minded. You know, it pisses me off sometimes when people say, "Oh man, I saw where you got I see you got a new little car. Ain't shit about me little." Nothing. You're minimizing my blessing. You're minimizing my hard work. Might be little to you, but it's big to me. Because there was a time in my life where just graduating from high school was a little accomplishment for many, but even today, it's a major accomplishment for some people. And so being at the Florida Shares Boys Ranch and being in a situation where I am a minority and I got to learn to work with different people from different walks of life, much like you have to do in your business. You know, you're not selling to black people, you're not selling to white people, you're selling to customers. You're not bridging the gap. Your product is not specific to one demographic of persons or people. You're in business. And a lot of times folks don't realize that business is really a ministry. It's an opportunity for you to connect with people that would normally never even walk through your doors. They would never even engage with you. They would never even walk across the street. And my time at the Boys Ranch really opened my eyes to a lot of the things that I had to deal with back at home. One of the reasons why I'm such an advocate for the lesbian and gay community, it's not because I'm gay, I'm straighter than 6 o'clock. It's because I watched my family members abuse and verbally abuse my aunt, who was the salt of the earth. She worked for a company called IBM and had a great job, making great money. She was a college grad, one of the only college grads in my family. And I watched my family members, many of who I still haven't spoken to this day, beat her up about her sexual orientation. I don't care about red or blue. I don't care about lesbian, gay, straight. I don't care about black, white, Hispanic. I really don't. I care about people being great human beings. My life was changed because a bunch of great human beings, many of who I never met, who invested into the Florida Sheriff's Boys Ranch. They invested into the Boys and Girls Club that I attended. They invested their time, their talents, and their resources to help better the lives of people. Not black people, not white people, people. And sometimes I never really get in trouble asking this question because, let's face it, many of y'all don't want to fight me. So I'll ask this question. I want you to give me an honest answer by just simply raising your hand. If you believe that the United States of America is the greatest country in the world, raise your hand. Great. If you do not believe that the United States of America is the greatest country in the world, raise your hand. How many of y'all have traveled all over the world? Literally no place that you've never been, not one continent, not one state in the United States, not one country. Raise your hand. I'm probably the only one, and I've been around this world 2 or 3 times. We're in 173 countries weekly on television. In some of those places, Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown play 4 or 5 times a day. You can't tell me that this is the greatest country in the world, not as a black man, with my history, and the history of my ancestors in this country, and the way we've been treated. It's completely different than the majority of you that raise your hands. You can't tell me this is the greatest country in the world when we lead the world in mass shootings. You can't tell me this is the greatest country in the world when our veterans that fought for this country, if you drive down the bridge over on Clearwater, if you drive over in St. Pete, if you drive anywhere downtown in Tampa, you can see some of these veterans that served our country homeless. People move to this country because it's a country with the greatest amount of opportunity. They can start a business, get an education, do things that they would never be able to do in the country they reside in. The only time this country is truly great is in times of tragedy. A hurricane hits. You'll see people, the hurricane hit in Fort Myers, Florida. You saw people sending money to the Red Cross, sending resources, doing everything they can, getting clothing drives in New York and everything to ship stuff down. 9/11 happened. Country comes together, only for a brief period of time. Every election cycle should show you, whether it's the midterms or the 4-year term, just how shitty this country really is. And how shitty it can be. And it's not shitty because of our country. It's because of how some of the people that live in this country choose to treat other folks, choose to try to manipulate systems that only benefit themselves, choose to keep people alienated and ostracized in certain areas. So I tell folks all the time, if you want to truly be the greatest country in the world, you got to be the greatest people in the world. And when I say people, I mean all people. We have to get outside of our comfort zone sometimes. You as a business owner, I mean, I'm a business owner, several businesses to be exact. And there are decisions that you have to make sometimes that have nothing to do with race, they have nothing to do with religion or political affiliation. It has everything to do with that specific individual, whether you hire or fire that person. If they're not good for the culture of your company, they're not good, and it's time to let them go. They might not be the most experienced or educated when you sit down with them in an interview, but there's something about that individual that says, man, I'm gonna give this person a shot. Because let's face it, like, college doesn't prepare anybody for anything except for how to manage your time. Because it's 90% of the jobs out there, unless you're a doctor or an attorney, you're gonna have to get training of some sort anyway. So you're teaching people how to perform in your business. So if I'm gonna take a chance on hiring someone, I'd face it, I got people that graduated from University of Florida with me that have PhDs, but they're horrible people, so they're still unemployed. They don't work well with team members, they don't take accountability for their mistakes. They're late all the time, it's always an excuse. And those people aren't necessarily bad people, they're just bad for your business. Not with you, if I'm waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to the gym and then to be at the office at 7:15, or if I gotta make a 7:15 flight to be somewhere, I expect the people that are around me to be able to have that same mentality. Might not go about it the same route, might not work out at 5, but you're gonna be to work at 7:15 if that's what time you're supposed to be at the meeting. I think we're at a point in all of our lives where there's a lot of things that are unacceptable and should be unacceptable. I think we're at a point in our lives where we as people are wanting to start taking the issues of changing this world and changing this society and changing our communities into our own hands. Because if you rely on the system that's set in place to do that, it'll never happen. I'm not a religious person. I believe in God. Somebody else may believe in Allah, the next person may believe in Buddha, and the next person may believe that this table is their higher power. It's not going to change how I treat that individual. I believe that all faith has radicals in it, whether it's Catholics, Presbyterians, Muslim, they all have radicals, Baptists, Southern Baptists. But I think in my heart, based on my travels, that all faith is rooted in love. And it's to promote being a better human being. My faith is built on relationship. My relationship with God may be completely different than somebody else's, which is fine, because God made me different, and I'm okay with that. Religious institutions usually get people in this confine of thinking where you go to church and it's so religious that it becomes redundant. So then you're just sitting there and you're wondering, like, what am I supposed to do next? And then you read books from different people on the outside of a religious institution, and then you start finding yourself growing more because you've taken yourself out of the confines of, I grew up this way. Or my mom did it, so I do it. My dad did it, so I did it. Well, just because they did it their way. They did it to a certain point where they get you to a certain point. And then it's your time to make it your own. I have 3 kids, 2 sons, and a daughter I just adopted last year. My oldest son is a freshman football player at the University of Central Florida. So that's my second allegiance, because they took me from having to pay $30,000 a year at private school and high school to having to pay nothing, so go Knights. My youngest son is a junior. He's heavily recruited in football as well. And then my daughter's an amazing basketball player. I've known her since she was 7 years old. She just turned 17 2 weeks ago. Mother had cancer. Mother's from Canada. I asked the question, what's going to happen, you know, if the unfortunate were to happen. She was very nervous about going into her last procedure. And she said, I don't know, she's probably going to have to go back to Canada because that's where all her family is. She has no family down here. And Leah is like one of the top basketball players in the area. She led her team to 2 state championship finals, 2 years in a row as a freshman and sophomore. She's doing well now. And I don't know, how many Canadians we have in here? Any? You know y'all don't play no basketball up there. So my daughter would have been fucked. If she had a hockey stick, I'd send her up there in a heartbeat. So I'm looking at the opportunity for this young lady who is an amazing young lady who I've watched grow. Father's never been present. I can relate. I've never met my biological dad a day in my life, not looking for him. I found out how I was conceived at 17 years old, and my mom's first question was, my first question to my mother was, do you know who it was? And she said, yeah, I know, and I can probably find him if you want to meet him. And I said, absolutely not, because I would probably be in jail. Prior to me finding that out, I watched my mom, with my younger brother's father, get beaten and yelled at and cursed at. And so I've had zero tolerance for domestic violence of any sort. You won't ever see me in the paper talking about I yelled at a woman in public or put my hands, I just despise it. So one, because I witnessed what I witnessed growing up as a kid, and I wanted to kill him. And then two, I feel like men that hit on women, there's a special place in hell for them. I feel like people that abuse kids, there's a special place in hell for them too. So when we talk about this being the greatest country in the world, but yet we got school zones that there's a rule set up that you can't be within X amount of feet, if you're a sexual predator, and they got them all, in Saudi Arabia. Anybody ever been to Saudi Arabia? All right, so there's this huge stereotype about Saudi Arabia and whatever. One thing I can say about Saudi Arabia, they do have morals and they do have convictions, and they live that shit out every single day. If you drive around or you're there, they do pray 5 times a day. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I'm not in agreement with a lot of the things that they do or have done, and the culture is changing. If you've been there recently, you'll see women can drive now, and they're having a lot of outside influences. Hell, they damn near bought the PGA and brought them over to Saudi Arabia. So there is a change and a shift. But the one thing I do like about that as a father is that, if you do anything wrong to a kid, it's automatic death sentence. They will drag you from wherever city you're in to the capital, Riyadh, and put a bullet in your head, public execution. You've never heard of a mass shooting in Saudi Arabia, but yet with so many stereotypes about them blowing us up or about them attacking us. I don't know, man. I think my mom's still alive. She's a wonderful human being. I saw my mom give to people when we didn't have. That used to piss me off. Saw my mom help other single mothers with whatever, use her food stamps to get them grocery and etc. And again, it used to piss me off because I'm like, well, what are we gonna eat? So it's things that I don't eat to this day because my mom made these commitments to people when we didn't have it. So like peas, sweet peas, I don't eat that shit. Egg noodles, I don't eat egg noodles. Because I eat egg noodles with neck bones, I eat egg noodles with chicken thighs, I eat egg noodles with this, that. Sweet peas are probably still, even with inflation, the cheapest vegetable you can find. And I don't do casseroles. All my white friends like invite me over for holidays. And that's the first thing I tell them. I ask them, how many casseroles y'all gonna have? White people are the casserole kings of the world. Green bean casserole, corn casserole. I had a pineapple Ritz cracker casserole, which I never even heard of. And then they disguise it sometimes and call it goulash. I know all this stuff because I went to the Boys Ranch and that was my first exposure to all of this stuff. My mother made a lot of sacrifices in her life to provide for her children. She worked 2 jobs, one as a waitress and the other one cleaning houses to make ends meet that never met. But she always gave. She gave of her time, she gave of her talents, she gave of her resources. And I look at it like, if my mom can do what she did with nothing, who am I to not do something when I essentially feel like I have everything? A lot of folks ask me, how do I make so much time to do what I do for so many people? Because it ain't just Tampa Bay, it's globally. And my response all the time is, how can I not make time and do things for people? Because technically I'm not even supposed to be here. It's through the grace of God that I'm here not only from a physical sense, but also where I'm at in life. There used to be a time where, and I'll ask this question too, how many of you guys want to be successful in life? All right. I don't strive for success anymore. I live a life of excellence. I think anybody can be successful any day of the week. You want to lose weight? Work out, eat healthy, you're going to lose weight. You want to start a business? Be diligent, do what you need to do to put yourself in a position you're going to start that business. You want to thrive in business? Continue to make the same practices that you did to start that business, but also have vision. Have a vision for where you want to be, and don't limit that vision to just your field. I'm almost positive when Apple started, they didn't think that they were just going to be making computers. We got one of the largest technology companies right here in our backyard in Jabal. Half of the people don't even know how responsible, most of the stuff that's in this room all goes through St. Pete, or the minds of people that come out of St. Pete. I'm 45 years old now. I know I look really good for 45. And I got inducted into the Hall of Fame for the WWE, and I'm still active on the roster as a Warrior Award recipient. I'm noted as the most philanthropic superstar in WWE history. That's more than The Rock, that's more than John Cena, it's more than Hulk Hogan, it's more than, Ric Flair. Woo! So, as I said in my Hall of Fame speech, like my life, is not driven by success anymore. It's driven by significance. Success is for ourselves. Significance is for others. Success is for ourselves. It's the pride that we take about knowing that we tried something and we did something. But as much as you are successful, how much of that are you giving back out into the world? How much of that success are you sharing with others? How much of that success are you utilizing to give people opportunities, whether it be via a job, you know, at a local food bank, Boys and Girls Club, like there's millions of charities that you can choose to make a significant impact in. Your business can be the wealthiest business and the greatest business in the world, and when you pass away from this earth, they're gonna say, oh man, they were a smart businessman or businesswoman. Or do you want them to say that was a person that utilized every single asset that they had to not only build a great business, but man, they impacted so many people's lives. I have helped 400 plus kids go to college in the last 12 years. It's about 22 of those kids that are playing on Sundays on any respective 32-team NFL team. A majority of them are living out their dreams in whatever they chose and wanted to do. Some of them wanted to do it in the realm of sports, and they went as far as they could go, but I can guarantee you at least 95% of those people, those kids, those young men, are positive influences in their respective communities. You'll never hear me brag about the NFL players. You'll hear me brag about the fact that out of those 400 plus people, 93% of them are college graduates, first-time college graduates. 78% of them are first-time high school graduates. So the investments that were made in me to get me to the point where I am today has trickled into so many other people that I don't even know how many lives I actually helped change. But I do know this. My mom had a decision to make, and she chose for her what was the right decision. Now, there may be some of y'all that might be like, oh, you know, this whole Roe versus Wade thing, and you'd be like, well, look how he turned out. I can tell you with 100% certainty, and I said this in front of congressmen and women, the governor and everyone else, I'm a fucking anomaly. Everybody don't turn out the way I do. And some of you fucking people didn't even want to wear a mask or get a vaccination. My body, my choice. But then you want to tell women what to do with their body. So I'm not pro-life, I'm not pro-choice, I'm pro-God. And whatever God you serve and whatever relationship you have with him, whatever decision you choose to make because of your relationship and because of your personal choice, I don't tell people who to vote for, I just tell people to go vote. I don't tell people what to do with their bodies. You want to get vaccinated? Cool. If you don't, cool. It's your body. So don't fucking tell people what to do or how they should be running their bodies. Women, all women, have been told for years and minimized for years. There's a time where you couldn't vote either. We talk about blacks not being able to vote. Women couldn't vote either. White women, black women, etc. Couldn't get a job. Stay home, take care of the kids, cook, clean, be barefoot and pregnant. I can assure you that's not the mentality of every other country. Homelessness is not an issue in Saudi Arabia. Homelessness is not an issue in Japan. Homelessness is not an issue in China. Because their government actually does take care of their people, and they don't put them in shitty places. They actually live, you don't know who is poor and who is rich. The only thing you have to worry about of being on government assistance in China is they can move you at any time. But they're not moving you to a worse place, they're usually moving you to a newer development. We have to open our eyes to people's differences and look at those differences as not a hindrance on how you can become better. I don't like casseroles. That don't mean I can't sit at the dinner table and have a nice meal with people. I can just choose to skip the casserole. And even when people try to force me to, hey, just try it. Just take one bite. Now, sweet potato casserole, I will fuck up. I don't care who makes it. I don't eat pumpkin pie, I eat sweet potato pie. There's a difference, ladies and gentlemen. My grandmother, God rest her soul, my grandmother passed away in 1995 from breast cancer. And I talked about this in my TED Talk. So my grandmother, huge, sports fan. She was a huge advocate for me. Wouldn't let anybody, my mom and her used to get in arguments because as a kid I wanted to stay up and watch Monday Night Raw. Obviously it's a school night. And whenever I was at my grandmother's house, it wasn't an issue. Excuse me, it wasn't an issue. So my grandmother's in a hospice, and any Patriots fans in here? Longtime Patriots fans? You know the name Vince Wilfork? All right. Me and Vince Wilfork were best friends. We played in Pop Warner together. His mother, Barbara Wilfork, his dad, David, coached me and Vince in Little League football for the Derry Rocks. His mom, Barbara, was my family social worker. His mom literally went to West Palm Beach and talked with the sheriff to get me skipped ahead on a list of literally 1,000 names to get me into the Florida Sheriff's Boys Ranch. My grandmother was in hospice. I'm a junior in high school. I'm doing really well. I'm on top of the world. I'm the #1 recruit in the country. Could have went to any school in the country. I'm doing very well academically in school. And I found out how I was conceived in February of 1995. My grandmother was diagnosed with breast cancer in March of 1995, and in June of 1995, she passed away. But during my time, it's spring football, so I would make trips back. The Boys Ranch, found a way to get me back and forth because I wanted to see my grandmother in hospice, so I went there once a week, or one weekend a week. And when I was going to see my grandmother, she had the hospice has 2 beds, room split. And every time I would go in, this white woman would yell out, "There goes that nigger boy of yours." And my grandmother never responded to it, but I wanted to fight this old lady, even though she was battling cancer just like my grandmother. And I heard this for weeks in at a time. And she would just yell out racial epithets throughout my visit there. And my grandmother would just talk to me, as if nothing was going on. And about 3 weeks before my grandmother passed away, I was getting ready to leave, and my grandmother pulled me over and grabbed me by my neck and said, "I love you." And I said, "I love you too, Grandma." And as I was getting ready to pull away, she pulled me back and she said, "If I leave before she does, I want you to come back and see her." I said, "Excuse me?" And she said, "If I leave this earth before she does, I want you to come back and see her." So in my mind, I'm thinking, I don't know what the fuck kind of medication y'all got my grandmother on, but there's no way in hell that I'm coming back and seeing this lady that's called me the N-word and everything else under the sun But lo and behold, about 2.5 weeks later, my grandmother passed away. And Miss Barbara Wilford, you know, she said, you know, how you feeling? And I was like, I'm crushed. Like, my only real hero is gone. And there was nothing I could do about it. She said, well, what do you think your grandmother would want you to do? Name 3 things you think your grandmother would want you to do. I say, my grandmother always wanted to say, I'm going to graduate from high school, which I'm on pace to do that. She said, you're going to go to college and you're going to make something of yourself. I'm on pace to do that. My grandmother's last wish, which I don't understand it, was for me to go back and visit this woman that was in the room with her. And I explained to Miss Barbara, like, you know, I don't really want to do this because she called me the N-word and, you know, everything else under the sun. She said, you got to do this for your grandmother. It was a reason why she wants you to do this. So the following weekend, I go back and I visit. And I walk into the room, and the lady like scoots up on her bed, and then she just starts bawling, crying. And, you know, she's like, just started wailing, crying, and she's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about how I talked to you and how I treated, and I thought I would never see you again. And you're a wonderful young man, and this and that, and just kept going on and on for like 2 or 3 minutes about being apologetic and everything else. She's just bawling, crying. And then she asked me if she could hug me, and you know, I'm 17 at the time. I've become a little bit more mature, but I'm from the streets too. So I was like, I don't know, this motherfucker gonna shank me or something. She been calling me the N-word, you know. So I went in, I looked at Miss Barbara and I went and I hugged her. And this woman squeezed me so tight. And she said, you're like the son that I never had. And I had another moment like I had with my grandmother. And I said, I don't know what the fuck kind of medication y'all giving these people. And I said thank you, and I prayed with her, and I left. And as I was leaving, the nurses were in the front, and they were crying, and they said that was so beautiful to witness. And she has 2 daughters that used to come here just like you came with your grandmother, and then they stopped coming. It became too much for them to bear. And this woman is from Birmingham, Alabama. And based on the way that she grew up, there's no way that a black man should be treating his mother or grandmother better than a white person. And she felt neglected, she felt hurt, she felt betrayed. And so all the things that she was pushing out during that time of my visits with my grandmother was all built on her hurt, not necessarily her hate. Because she apologized and said, based on how I grew up, you know, I've been to church, you know, I was going to church, but I realized that I wasn't doing the one thing that God tells us all to do, and that's to love people. And she's like, I'm not gonna make any excuses for it. It's the way I was raised, and I'm sorry. So my grandmother knew what many probably didn't know before that day. She felt it in her spirit. She's a good woman. She's a good human person, human being. She's just misguided. And she's hurt. So in your lines of business, you're going to encounter a lot of people that are hurt. bothered, aggravated. And much like when I do community events, you know, I'll have upwards to 500 people to volunteer, sometimes 1,000 people to volunteer. I gave out 30,000 backpacks with school supplies at Raymond James Stadium last 2 years in a row. I don't do just school supplies and backpacks, I do physicals. I do eyeglasses, eye exams. Kids leave out of there 10 minutes after having their eye exam. They can pick their own glasses out. Because as I was growing up, I got bullied because of the glasses that I wore. And my mother can only afford to buy one pair of glasses through Medicaid every year. So when I got into a fight, I'd either have to wear them broken with an arm up or sit in the back of and be the class clown so that people wouldn't pick on me. Everything that I didn't have as a kid, I try to provide to these kids and these families, not just on that day, but consistently. I have a public school that was renamed after me, and I'm still alive. I didn't pay for it. I just did the work. It's in the 6th highest zip code for children living in poverty in the entire state of Florida. Thaddeus and Bullard Academy at Sly Middle Magnet School is the school. There are people that went to Sly in the 80s that go there now just to see the change. The accomplishments and the accolades that I'm giving you guys is it's really not to brag in any way, shape, or form. It's really more so to open your eyes that, like, when you do what God's called you to do, unapologetically, don't worry about what the outside people say. You have a vision, and you let that vision be as big as you want it to possibly be. You know, you hear people say all the time, dream big. Well, a dream is one thing, but a vision is a completely other. Because everybody dreams. Nightmares, wet dreams. Y'all too old to be having those, but vision. What's your vision for your family? I got divorced in 2009 from both of my sons' mother. My vision for my family never changed. I will be the best father, that not only that I never had, but the best father and the best father example for people around me to understand the honor of being called dad. It's challenging, but it's the most rewarding thing. It's the greatest title I ever earned. It's not CEO, it's not WWE champion, it's not Hall of Famer, it's dad. I take great pride in that. I love my children, and they know it. And I'm sure that there are people in this room that have children that feel the same exact way. As much as they may get on your nerves, as much as they may cost you, you love the hell out of them, man. Because the world's gonna beat them up enough. Speak positive words into them, even when they mess up. It's okay to be disappointed. It's not okay to respond in rage. It's not okay to respond in anger. And we all are human, so we can make that mistake sometimes. My kids' biggest fear has never been whether or not they were gonna get a whooping from me. I got beat with everything as a kid. Switches, extension cords, list goes on and on. My kids' biggest fear is to disappoint me. And on the flip side, I don't ever want to embarrass or disappoint my kids. I want my kids to have someone to be proud of. I want my kids' friends to have a man that they can be proud of. I don't know that I'll ever get married again. I tried it once, it didn't work. I do want a life partner at some point. But I'm living free, I'm debt free, I'm stress free, I'm about to be kid free in about a year and a half. I got 4 Frenchies though, so I gotta figure out a way to travel with their ass. But I do know that God has put me on this earth to be significant. There's no question in my mind, based on the lives that I know for a fact that I've changed, and even the ones that I don't know that I've changed. And he placed that same gift in me that he's placed in every single one of you, to live a life of significance. You're gonna be successful. You're at this conference. This ain't the only conference you've gone to. You go to seminars, you go to professional development courses, you go to all these things, you read books, you listen to podcasts. You're doing all these things to build your business. Are you doing those same things to build your family? Are you doing those same things to build your community? Because they all work hand in hand. I live by 3 rules. They're in my house on the wall. You come in, you see them. You leave, you see them. My kids know them. And they're not just rules that we have on the wall, they're rules that we actually live by. So I'll give them to you and you can do whatever you want with them. Rule number 1, love and respect everybody you come in contact with. Love and respect everybody that you come in contact with. There's a caveat to that. You're not going to agree with everyone, and you're not even going to like some of them. But you love them and you respect them. And you can respect people from a distance. Rule number 2, do not use the word can't. I was told, it's 2 reasons for that for me. I was told my entire life what I can't do and what I'll never be. And it all ended up being a lie. You never graduate from high school. I graduated as a valedictorian. You never graduate from college. You never go to college. I graduated undergrad in 3.5 years and got my master's my 4th year there. With honors. And played football. And won a national championship and 2 SEC championships. So don't tell me what can't be done. From a spiritual sense, and my relationship with God and how I was raised, and the Bible that I read says that we can do all things through Christ who strengthens us. I'm not one to cherry pick the Bible, but I do take some of these Bible verses and I apply them in my regular day-to-day life. Not one time in the Bible does it tell you what you can't do. There's so many scriptures in that Bible that promote what you can do. And it tells you who you can do it with. It tells you what you shouldn't do, which people cherry pick and do that too. God says do not judge. We're some of the most judgmental people on the planet. Number 1 commandment is to what? Anybody? Number 1 commandment in the Bible is to do what? Anybody? None of y'all go to church? Love thy neighbor. Thank you. Love the Lord, love thy neighbor, love yourself. If you can do those 3 things, you'll learn how to love people. The Bible says, hate the sin, not the sinner. And we get so caught up in what we disagree with that we completely disregard the fact that's a human being that's going through whatever they're going through, but you love them through it. So don't use the word can't. And the last one, be your best. Every day. Your best may be 30% some days because we all are human, we're not robots. And even robots screw up. Any of y'all drive a Tesla? Anybody? You drive a Tesla? All right, well, you same. You drive an electric vehicle. Yeah, exactly. Drives itself sometimes. So if you don't charge that thing, you can't stop at a gas station. That robot will fail, right? Nobody's perfect. Nobody. But the beauty of not being perfect is that we have a chance to correct things and be better and be our best and make things right. I'm gonna close this out by asking everyone to take your phone out. Go to the text message feature, and if you got a flip phone, it's okay, there's no judgment, remember? I want you to text anybody you want to in your phone exactly what I'm about to tell you. I love you, and I believe in you. I love you, and I believe in you. Now, before some of you guys get your responses, some of y'all probably already got them, I'm gonna tell you what your response is gonna be. I already hear one going off. First one's gonna be, huh? Is everything okay? What did you do? Anybody get that? Second one's gonna be, oh, I appreciate that. My day, that made my day. And then the third one is gonna be reciprocated. I love you and I believe in you too. Anybody get any of those three responses? I know some people, you know. What was yours, sir? If you don't mind sharing. Okay, thanks. Yo. That was your kid? Your wife? Yeah, you gotta stop by Publix or something to get some flowers on the way home. Anybody else want to share what they got? It's an open, no judgment zone, guys. It's okay.
Believe in me, question mark. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Who was that?
My daughter.
Your daughter. I expect that from your kids, you know, because my kids have heard it so much that, like, they know what it's about. But if you get a response like that, what do you mean you believe in me? Because they hear, I'm sure, that you love them all the time. But when you tell somebody that you believe in them, it's different. And so you tell them, when you tell them what that means, number one, tell them a guy that's like 6'5", 280 pounds made you do it. And then the other thing is, explain to them why you believe in them. See, I heard that at 12 years old. I love you and I believe in you, and it changed my life. If you can get that kind of response from somebody you know, just imagine when you live out that message to strangers. I'm simply buying this cup of coffee for you because I love you and I believe in you. You don't even know me. I know what you're capable of being, because if you're capable of being what I think you are, which is a great human being, you're gonna go out and you're gonna do this for somebody else. You're gonna pay it forward. I don't need to know people's names. I don't need to know where you're from. I don't need to care what your religious beliefs are or none of that stuff. I do stuff because God has given me the ability to do it. And if I feel something, I'm gonna do it. If I'm at a charity event and I wanna donate something or I wanna do whatever, we had a state fair board meeting. I'm on the Florida State Fair board. And they had public comments. And this 74-year-old woman was Joanne, her name's Joanne Olson, was just talking about, you know, some of the improvements that we're making with the Florida State Fair and how the easements and things like that were being passed so that certain neighborhoods wouldn't be impacted by the traffic, et cetera, listed, and, you know, goes on. And she just started going on, 'cause she's 74. You know, my light bill is, you know, this much, and you know, I'm struggling, but God's been good, and you know, every day I work at the food bank. I try to make sure I give back and this and that. And you know, I asked her in the middle of the meeting, and I know it's part of the minutes because everything's recorded, but I said, you know, how much are you behind in your light bill? And she told me, and I said, don't worry about it. Merry Christmas. I'll take care of it after the meeting. So then I sat down and they had lunch for us. This 74-year-old white woman, and she's from Mississippi. And she said, you know, because I made some other points of reference of things that I thought that we should look at as a state fair board, like the marketing. I didn't see anybody that looked like me. So how are you going to say this is a fun environment for families of all other, and you don't promote that? I thought the spot was boring. So I said, you know what, you know, I'm in entertainment business. I got to talk people into the business. I got to keep people fired up about spending their hard-earned dollars to come to an event. Especially with inflation being the way that it is, the entertainment dollar can only go but so far. But sitting down with Miss Joanne yesterday, and I've been texting with her, and I hate that I gave her my phone number because she's giving me way more information than I needed. But she said she had never been to a football game, and she loves the Buccaneers. So I called Brian Ford yesterday, and I said, hey, I want to make sure that I can give this woman an experience. I'm going to see if her daughter or her son can bring her to the game. You know, they can be my guest. And he said, absolutely, anytime, anything for you. So I'm going to pay this woman's light bill way above what she owes. And she said, you know, the thing that really, she said, you know, you're a good man. This is before I even talked to her about what I was going to do. She said, what you said during that meeting, you know, my mother was racist, and I was raised a certain way, but my grandmother was not. My grandmother always told us to treat people well, you know, love people, respect people, do what you can to make the world a better place. And she said, I see you on the news all the time giving back and all this stuff, and I'm just so proud of you, and I'm so proud and honored to meet you. And this morning as I was driving in and I was receiving all these text messages from her, I'm getting ready to speak to you guys as a small business, quote unquote small business. You guys are all big businesses. And I just had a subtle reflection of really how good God has been in my life and how he's empowered me to empower people. And he's empowered all of you to empower people. And he's giving you a platform through your business to do that. He's giving you a platform through your family to do that. Empower your family, because everything starts at home. I cannot go out and change the world when my house is a wreck. Some people can do that with no problem. There's a huge disconnect. But even though they're doing that, they're miserable on one side or the other. Empower your family, empower your community, and therefore you will empower other individuals to do the same. I won't tell anybody to do anything that I'm not willing to do. I don't just show up and wave during my community events. I'm actually doing the work. And it surprises some people. They're like, oh, you're pretty engaged and like really in the thick of things. You damn right. Because I believe in this. I believe that this can help change somebody's life. And you are going to meet some people that are at a hurtful place in their lives, and you're going to meet some people that are dealing with trauma, and you're going to meet some people that are over the top nice. And I say treat all of them with dignity, as hard as it may be. Two things I could never be: a law enforcement officer and a military member, service member. I'm not built for it. I honor them, I respect them. Law enforcement saved my life, so I'm not one to be talking about defunding the police or cutting down this and doing that. Because the law enforcement officers aren't the issue. The system is the issue. The justice system has been the issue for years. There's not many law enforcement officers that I know of that wake up in the morning and said, I'm going to go harass somebody today. They're putting on that uniform and they're saying, there's a chance I could not come home to my family. And I'm okay with that because I believe in protecting and serving. I'm not built for that. I love me way too much. There's some places I won't even drive just because I'm worried about getting into a wreck. Boca Raton is one of them. So if some of y'all are from down there, there are 837,000 old people on the road that can't drive. Military servicemen and women. Huge sacrifice. And they're doing it all in honor. It ain't a high-paying job. Teachers ain't a high-paying job. So when you see these people, you love them, you respect them, you tell them thank you. Because it's for those people that you're able to do what you're able to do. And with that, I say, I love you, and I believe in you. That's my cue.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Revenue Officer, Evo Security, David Powell.
So, y'all may remember yesterday how I taunted Terry about him being a Florida Gator and I'm an Alabama guy. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut today. I sized up Terry, sized up Thaddeus. I feel comfortable making fun of Terry about being a Florida Gator, but I do not feel comfortable making fun of Thaddeus about that. We're roll tide to you anyway there, Thaddeus. Yeah, roll tide. So we got the panel coming up here on stage. They gave me the opportunity to try to manage 6 people on stage at the same time. Do what?
I'll help you as a Gator. We give back.
There you go. We're giving this year. We're letting some other people have a chance at the playoffs since we're not in it. But that's our giving. So we have a whole panel up here today. We're going to try to move it along kind of quick just because we have 30 minutes and 6 different folks to talk. You all obviously know Terry. But Terry, today what we're talking about up here is like the selling of the business or whatever. So you mentioned it earlier, just real quick. Talk about the transactions you've been a part of.
Yeah,
You can take the handheld if you need to.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
go. Now I'm on. So obviously been an entrepreneur for a long, long time. Age of 14, started my first company. That one closed without any liquidity event at all. In fact, I don't even think I gave it to anybody. I think I just told people I was going to stop mowing their lawn and went up to Gainesville and started my trek at the University of Florida watching that man play ball. But I did sell a couple of companies back in 2012, competed here locally in Tampa, some really formidable people like this amazing person to my right. Competed in Florida and Georgia and grew an MSP pretty quickly. Got to 49 people in 6.5 years, sold that and another company I had at the same time to a large copier equipment dealer. And retired at that point and let him take over the town. I think pretty much is what he did. And it was a good time, and it gave me an opportunity to make a difference, which is what GROWCON Marketopia is all about.
Awesome. Let's go on down the road.
I was an entrepreneur as well, young, selling water filters door to door, and had a painting company and 2 crews working while I was in high school. And then I got a chance to get into an insurance company. And anyways, 12 companies later that I started and failed in, I ended up succeeding in about 3. So here I am today, and when he stepped aside, it's funny, sales just started pouring in.
That's great. Arlen?
Yeah, I started an IT company back in 1985 and grew that and sold that to a telco who managed to destroy it, basically. And then I grew HTG and sold that to ConnectWise back in 2018. So I'm a serial entrepreneur as well. Got a whole list of things that didn't work, but a few of them did work out.
Terry Rossi, I just recently sold my MSP in August of 22, started it 28 or 29 years ago, had a successful exit to private equity.
Eric Simpson, I sold my MSP with a business partner of mine back in the end of 2007. We were one of the first MSPs. We called it Flat Rate IT back then. Arlen was my mentor back then, good friend. And we launched MSP University after that, and we trained a bunch of MSPs on how we did what we did and helped them grow their businesses. Today I coach and consult with MSPs. I've been involved in about 36 M&A engagements. Some successful, some not so successful. You know, it just the way it goes.
So for me, I've been involved, as I mentioned before, in like big MSPs. Over the time, I've bought or been on part of buying 7 or 8 MSPs. So my job usually was to let these guys go buy wake boats and cool cars. Then I took the messes that they had created and tried to integrate those after the fact, which was always a challenge. I think one of the questions a lot of people have is like, you know, this idea of like, do you try to run your company in order to sell it? Or do you try to run it, you know, as if you're going to hold it forever? And what I've heard from people who've sold, they said, like, if you try to run it to sell it, you do unnatural things and, you know, try to manipulate stuff to try to, like, prop up the number. And the best approach really is to run it like you're going to hold it forever. I see some nodding down there. Can y'all comment maybe on how you thought about running your business to sell, or to run it forever and just happen to sell it?
Yeah, I mean, there is that concept of build to harvest, build to sell, build to grow. I think you need to do a combination of both, to be honest. I think you have to always be thinking about an exit, but you need to build the business like, you know, a profitable, growing business. You want to continue to grow. You want to keep your foot on the gas pedal. You want to build a team. When you go to sell your company, there are certain criteria that people are looking for, and certainly profit is at the top of it. You know, long-term employees, long-term customers, a team that can exist without you, right? They don't really want the owner. They want the team. They want the company. So I think it's important to run it both ways.
Yeah. Anybody else have commentary on that? Oh.
Yeah, and I've seen partners grow too fast, right? That stratospheric growth, that jump that at the end of the day becomes unsustainable, right? So, you know, the faster you go, sometimes, you know, you've got to kind of stop, regroup, and then you start seeing this kind of erratic performance. So I like controlled, sustainable, consistent growth, laying the foundation, and then making sure that you're working with the right staff, with the right clients, and making sure that, yeah, you've got your eye on your costs and performance. I know, you know, another M&A expert that likes to say, you know, run your company like you're going to sell it. But again, I think, like you said, sometimes, you know, that can influence decisions that may impact this kind of organic, controlled, sustainable growth. Consistency, process, measuring performance seems to work out well.
Arlen, you got something in there?
Yeah, what I find the danger is, if you think you're going to run it forever, is you don't make the hard decisions. And at the end of the day, it is about running a profitable business. You can make excuses all day when you're in the rebuilding your business kind of mindset, because you're going to hang on to it. That just pushes profit down the road, and you don't raise your prices like Terry passionately urged us all to do.
Yep. You know, as a parent, your job as a parent is to raise your children to live without you, right? Your job as a parent is to teach your kids that when they reach a certain point that they don't need you, it can move along without you. Did y'all think about that transition of how do you create a business that can really exist afterwards? Because once liquidity happens and you take your money and go maybe do something else or stick around for a little while, whatever, the company needs to persist after you. How did you think about that, and maybe a process orientation, or how did you think about creating a company that can survive without you at the helm? Jason, you got some commentary on that?
You know, I was lucky enough to have a really good business partner who worked on business processes and documentation, and he really took that, you know, permeated throughout the company, and it allowed people to work and us to inspect the work, you know. So it empowered people to do that, and ultimately what you say is very true. You have to be able to, the business needs to work without you. And just real quick, just on the last statement, the subject, running a lifestyle business and running it to sell it, I agree with the balance, but also in the last 2 years prior to your sale, you better be counting every single penny you can and making those tough decisions as if it's definitely for sale, because it's gonna add up in the end. I forgot to mention that previously. 'Cause that, you have people that you love, and you keep people longer than you maybe should have. You don't make certain decisions because of loyalty. Yep. You gotta be kind of shrewd towards the end.
Yeah, Terry, you got any commentary on building it to last?
You talk about that passion, and I definitely have that passion. And one of the sources of that passion was I was talking to an MSP, and I don't even remember his name. He was an older guy, and he was kind of, I don't know, you could tell he was in a dark place. And I had a conversation with him, and he basically said that he was rebuilding from scratch. And I'm like, how'd that happen? And he ran a lifestyle business that wasn't built to run without him. He was way too important in sales, way too important in marketing, way too important in service, and had like a heart attack that left him in the hospital for a month. And he came out, and there was nothing left. It's a month. So all of his customers left, all of his employees left. He wasn't running a business, not even just to sell, but just to run without him. And it just kind of, that's one of the reasons I kind of really talk about balance and having to run a real business, because guys, we're not going to live forever. Not only whether you want to sell it, give it to your employees, give it to your family, or just retire and let the checks come in while you're living in the Caribbean or something. You've got to run a real business, or you really don't own anything. You just have a job that's extremely stressful, and you're probably underpaid.
Yeah. Any other comments for you guys?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, one of the key things is to have a business operating system, whether that's traction or scaling up, whatever. You have to build a team. You have to build processes, procedures. When you go to sell, you need to differentiate yourself from everyone else, and that's one of the key ways to do it. There's so many single shingle kind of guys in this industry running a lifestyle business. They're not investing back in their company. They're not building a team, or even a team behind that team, that when you have that, you set yourself way apart, and you create a bidding war for your company, which is the ultimate win, right? You want to have people that really want to buy you.
Yeah, and I think it's funny, it's that old phrase that somebody told me one time. They said, my company is for sale, but it's not on sale, right? It said, I'm willing to sell it, but you're not getting a discount, right, as there is a price. I think it's important for all of us to always understand, what is it that you're really good at. My career has always been built on teenager companies. I come in when they're a teenager, then I help them grow to be an adult, then I want to go do something else. There's growers, and then there's kind of system guys. I know that a lot of people who have exited their businesses like the growing part, but when it kind of gets to maintenance mode, they're like, this isn't really necessarily, for me, and they find their purpose in the growth. I know, Arlen, you're big on purpose. How did you, or how did the rest of y'all kind of figure out once you transacted, where do I find my purpose? Or did you get tired of the growing part? Or did you really want to go back to growing again? You didn't like the maintenance part? Or how did you think about some of that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, David, because we get so entwined in our business, our identity gets completely connected to it, and when we exit, it's hard to know what to do. As a serial entrepreneur, you just go start something else, right? Which isn't always the best answer, because to Thaddeus' point, we have an opportunity to be moved from success to significance and to really focus on others rather than ourselves. And so that's the kind of thing that my wife and I had to have a heart-to-heart conversation about is, we don't need to make more money. Let's figure out how we can impact lives and change people's lives.
Yep. Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, I come from the enterprise, right, from enterprise IT. And how many of you identify as, or at some point in your life, did you identify like I did as kind of I'm going to say this in jokingly, right, the people-hating engineer? Anybody? Anybody have that, person on your team? I started, I was always a process person, a checklist person, a data person. And, I came to realize over time that, I wasn't going to really, grow unless I started becoming more of a people person, right? And, when we exited our company, we were very immature. It wasn't, I've learned so much since then, and times have changed so much since then. But we were lucky enough for me to have that process basis for our organization. So everything we did had a process behind it. It was documented and all that. So when we sold, the new owner kind of inherited all that, which was great. But during that journey, I started to really appreciate and understand the other half of what it takes to grow a successful business is to really be more empathetic, to understand people and the way that we're wired differently. Some of us are data people, some of us are people. And until I made that connection and distinction, I really, couldn't help take the organization as far as we could grow. Like we didn't, we were figuring it out, as we were doing it. But these realizations happen when you're having to think about, well, I want the best for my staff when my company is sold. I want the best for my clients when the company is sold. And, it makes a difference in who you ultimately decide to sell to, too, because you're looking for that cultural fit, for the people that emulate your values and you think will take care of your staff and your clients as well.
All right, let's do some quick rapid fire on some things real quick. Would you do it again?
Selling?
Yes.
Absolutely.
At the time you sold?
At the time. Now it's harder. It's a much harder thing because I'm more like Garland. I just happen to have a vehicle that literally kind of does that. It helps people achieve their goals, right? So it's kind of a hybrid between a life of significance and a life of entrepreneurship. But my MSP, I was ready. I loved the battle. I loved going at it. I loved playing with this guy out there on the field, trying to win. And but then it got to the point where it was an operator needed to come in that was more mature than me. Marketopia, we have those operators on staff, but my MSP, we really didn't have enough of that. I think that's one of the benefits that you have with your partner. So I was like, I enjoyed the rocket ship, but when it started to grow at less than 50% a year, it's like, okay, this isn't so fun anymore. Yeah. So,
Jason, would you do it again?
Yes, I would. I would have done it sooner, 3 years sooner, before I made the biggest mistake of my life and took a $20 million haircut.
Yeah, that's
ouch.
No way, no.
Definitely would have sold when I did. I was ready to move on to the peer groups and get in something that I really was passionate about.
Yeah, I'd do it again. I think the timing was good. I think, to Terry's point, what got you here doesn't necessarily get you there. And I think if you can realize that, that's really important. So yeah, definitely
That's
would do
definitely
it
true, yeah.
Yeah, definitely would do it again. And one of the reasons to sell, I'll talk about that in one of my sessions later, is you have other interests. You have something else that you're interested in as an entrepreneur. And we kind of basically just took those proceeds and then built out MSP University, where we were helping tens of thousands of IT providers. So it was very, very fulfilling from that perspective. So yeah.
Did you use a sell side buyer? I mean, a sell side broker?
No, we did not. It was
Did
very.
you?
Yeah.
Did you? No? Did you, Jason?
Yes.
And did you?
I did not and should have, for sure.
Okay, so it's interesting. So several of y'all did, several of you didn't. I mean, you're saying that you did not use a sell side broker and you should have.
There's a lot you don't know. You think you know when you get into it, and then there's emotions at play, and all of a sudden there's a lot of conflicting things going on in your head, and you gloss over things that a professional would point and say, hey, this is a big deal. Make this sentence look different in the contract, because it cost me millions when I had that clause, unfortunately. So not quite 20 million, but yeah.
I would just add to that you'd be crazy not to have a sell-side broker. I sold to private equity. These guys are doing 50 deals a year. You're doing one in your lifetime. They have it hands down over you. Not only that, you need a guide. You need a team. You need a legal team. You need an accounting team. You need a selling team. Because, and this is the key point, you can't take your foot off the gas. They're looking at your trailing 12 months numbers. If you're busy trying to sell your company, you're not paying attention to your company. Get a broker, get an investment banker. We had an investment banker. We were very happy with it. They're not cheap, but they get you a lot more money. Just real quick, the process, we sent out 2,000 teasers, so email teasers, to everyone from Microsoft to Walmart. Out of that, we got about 50 management meetings, so we met with 50 different companies that were interested in buying us. Out of that, we got about 15 offers. Out of that, we ruled it down to 2 or 3, and we had a little bidding war at the end. So that's the way you want to sell your business. And to Eric's point, every one of those management meetings, I said, I want a company to take care of my team, take care of my clients, and gives us a good deal in the end. That was the criteria going into it.
It's interesting around that real quick is that when we were selling to a private equity group, you have to do your real job and all that stuff. So I put all those emails in a folder. I had over 1,000 emails in that folder related to this deal. And then when we get to the end, we're kind of like, oh, now we get to chill out. But the private equity group has this financial plan that you have to execute against. And so you've kind of like, you got across the finish line, you're like, oh, I'm gonna take a breather. And they're like cattle prodding you to, to go forward. So it is that challenge of like, got to run the business and work on the process. Arlen, you were gonna chime in there?
Yeah, don't wait too long to get those resources on deck. You know, I find a lot of people wait till they're ready to close the deal before they bring their team in place, and get them in early and let them help you get ready.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 41 seconds left. Let's do something fun here at the end. What was your splurge purchase post-acquisition?
Oh, geez, a house, my dream house.
Okay, with the boat lift in the back,
Yeah,
the whole bit.
lots of ocean.
Got it. Jason, what was yours?
I bought a very fast boat.
Is it faster than Terry's boat?
Definitely.
Okay, that's
I've got a floating lazy boy. He bought a speedboat.
Arlen,
We had
was it a
some-
tractor?
Some acres though of farmland in Iowa.
There you go. What was your splurge purchase?
So I bought a big investment property. That was the big purchase, but I actually bought a bulldozer for myself. So
So you embrace your inner Tonka truck kid from, okay, that's awesome.
I bought a sports car and wrecked it, so.
Oh, that's what insurance is for, though. Isn't that right? So that is exactly time. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate the panel up here. You'll hear from them later today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome VP Ecosystem Evangelism, ConnectWise, Arlen Sorensen.
Well, good morning. It's good to be with you today. I'm sitting here for a different reason than Thaddeus was. I didn't get up at 5 o'clock and work out. I had heart surgery about a month ago, so I'm trying to conserve a little energy and make sure I make it through. But I want to talk to you today about something that I think is really, really important, and that is maintaining some form of management of work-life tension. Work-life balance doesn't exist. There's no such thing. So if you're trying to find the magic of putting work and life together and not having any kind of conflict, it doesn't exist. You have to manage the tension between the two. But while you're trying to do that as you grow your company and get ready to exit, there's a lot of tension. So that's what I want to talk to you about today. I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm going to talk to you about the roadmap to success to be able to do that, some of the tools that are available to help you with that process, and what you can do. So there are 5 areas of what we call operational maturity levels that you can work toward to create value in your business. And those levels are dependent on building the right kind of process, people, and it will help to create a more stable and steady company, one that has more value in the marketplace. So this is service leadership content, and you know, one of the key things you need to do to prepare yourself for some type of exit is to be able to benchmark against other companies to know what good looks like. Benchmarking is an important part of it, not only in the operational maturity area, but also in the financial area. You know, I hear a lot of partners say they think they're doing great in running their business until they actually benchmark and see what others are able to do. And the reality is that unless you know what the playing field is, it's hard to know how you're really doing. So get involved in benchmarking, understand how you stack up in terms of operational maturity. It will make a big difference in your valuation down the road. So that's the 5 OML levels. There are 4 plans that I think are really important for everybody to write and to have updated annually. First is the legacy plan. A legacy plan is all about the big picture, down the road, castle on the hill, what am I trying to build kind of thing. You need to know what it is you're trying to accomplish. And there are 2 legacy plans you really need to have figured out. One for your life, what do you want the outcome of your life to be? And one for your business. They're intertwined, but they're not the same thing. So you need to have both of those established. That's a long-term plan. That's a lifetime kind of plan. It may change a little bit over time, but once you have that vision, that'll stay as kind of the North Star that you'll pursue. But to live that out, you really need to create 3 annual plans. You need to create a life plan that ties to your life legacy. You need to create a business plan, which guides what you're going to do in your business this year. And you need to create a leadership plan, which spans both the personal and business side of how you're going to spend the next year. Those 1-year plans really are a slice of how you're going to move every year to get to the ultimate legacy plan that you're chasing. And you need to really get those established and written down. My experience is the people that write those things down and share them with somebody else have a much higher probability of actually doing them. And that's a critical part of the planning process and getting control of your life and business. The most important thing a plan does, it tells you when to say no. You're going to be bombarded with lots of opportunities, lots of good things as you live your life and run your business, but you can't do everything that's good. And a life plan, a business plan, a leadership plan helps you know when to say no. If it's not in the plan, you need to say no. If it's really important, then you change your plan and you put it in the plan. But if it's not in the plan, the answer has to be no. So planning is a critical part. Out of those plans then come your quarterly rocks, or whatever system you're using to run your business. It all ties to those plans. And then you can look at daily execution and accountability in that light. But if you don't have the plans written down, if you don't know what it is you're trying to accomplish long term and in the next year, you're going to struggle to find any way of managing tension between life and business. And ultimately, you're going to have a hard time getting to the exit you want.
You just want to fast forward.
Yeah, everybody wants to fast forward. So here's the reality. If you plan the work and you work the plan will work. I've seen it over and over. People that plan are the ones that are going to achieve what they want to do. All right, number 3. There are 3 questions you need to know the answer to. These tie to your plans, but more importantly, they really define your mindset. So question number 1 is, where are you going? What are you trying to build? It's big picture. How do you plan to get there? What's the journey going to look like? And maybe most importantly, what's the timeline? I find a lot of folks might have a plan, they might have some idea how they want to get there, but they haven't factored in the timeline. And I can tell you one of the most frustrating calls I get is from a partner that says, I'm trying to sell my business. The offers I'm getting are nowhere close to what I need them to be for me to really achieve what I've been working toward. And I'm out of time. I'm 65, 66 years old. My wife says it's time for me to be done. The problem is that what I've been telling her I was going to get for the business is not the kind of offers that I'm getting from the market. I had a partner from South Carolina call and say, you know, I've been telling my wife for a number of years that I missed all the ball games, all the anniversaries, all the birthday parties, all these things because I was building our business for our future. And I'm only getting an offer that's about 20% of what I promised her we were going to get. Would you be willing to get on the phone and explain to her how hard it is to sell a company today? I said, this is not my fight. Don't think I'll sign up for that one. You got to know where you're trying to go and how you're going to get there. So we've been working on a theory at ConnectWise we call the modes theory. And the reality is there's 4 kinds of companies that we find in the marketplace, not just in the MSP space, but in business in general. There's the startup company. We all start there. We get an idea. We go for it. We live in chaos and lack of money, lack of resources, but we push on. We carry the company on our back. The reality is, if you look at the data from the U.S. Department of Labor, over 90% of companies never get out of startup mode. They never grow to a point where they can move on to another type of business model. The balance builder mode is those that really are trying to create a business that will support their lifestyle. So they want to have enough customers, generating enough revenue, with enough process and the right people that they can have a steady flow of revenue, profitability that they can live their lifestyle the way they want to. They're not all about growing this big company. They just want it to support how they want to live. And that's a great place to be. The only thing you have to remember about a balance builder is they're not going to sell the company for a lot of money in the end, because they're not accumulating value in the company. They're taking it out as they go. So they have to be disciplined enough to put money aside, so when they do want to retire, they've got a nest egg to work with. The value builder is the company that's all about up and to the right, long-term, over time. They're building value over time, someday for an exit that will fund their future lifestyle. And then the empire builder is the company that wants to go big, go fast, and go home. So they're willing to trade pretty much everything in the short term so they can generate a large return. This is where often outside equity gets involved. Private equity plays here a lot. We'll invest, we'll pour gas on the fire, and help you grow this company, and then we'll all benefit in 3 to 5 years. So there's different kinds of companies, but you need to know the kind of company that you're trying to build and run. The problem comes down to alignment. I've had lots of discussions with multiple owner companies where the owners are not on the same page. One wants to have a lifestyle company. They don't want to grow a lot. The partner might be a value builder and saying, I want to grow long-term and have a big nest egg in the end. They got to be on the same page to really be able to effectively lead their company. The other area that we see a lot of misalignment in is between a leadership team and an owner or a set of partners, where the owners are saying, we want to build a value builder kind of company. We're trying to build value over time, but the actions they take to the view of the leadership team are, well, we're acting like a balance builder. When I ask you for resources, when I need another technician for us to be able to grow and bring on more clients, you're telling me we don't have any money. Well, I just saw you spend a bunch of money on a new boat, in some cases an airplane, maybe a second home. How can we not have money to grow the business when that's what you tell me you want to do and you're spending it over here on something else? Those kind of things drive real problems and conflict within an organization. So you have to know what it is you're trying to do. You've got to get people on your same page. We're going to be releasing in Q1 an assessment for you to have a discussion with your clients, because that's another area we see a disconnect. Clients are not sure what they're trying to accomplish, so how can you serve them well if you don't know if they're trying to build a company for today or for tomorrow? So that'll be coming out in Q1. The QR code will get you access to the free survey that we've got out there, the assessment tool. You can take the assessment. It'll help you identify where you're at today. There's a leadership team assessment as well that you can use with your leadership team. And I'd encourage you to do that, because if you can't answer these 3 questions, you're going to wander aimlessly along the road, not knowing where it is you're trying to go. Okay, the number 2. This is a part of a legacy plan, but I want to spend some time talking about this particular area because I find that many people have not really identified the answer to these 2 numbers. The first one is, what is your personal wealth target? What is the amount of dollars that you need to have set aside so that when you're no longer getting a paycheck or a dividend, you're no longer in the business drawing any kind of income, you've got enough money set aside to support the lifestyle that you want to live going forward? That day is going to come. Now, when we talk to financial advisors, the best advice they can give us is, whatever you spend annually today to live, take that times 25 on the low end or 40 on the high end. That's the number you should be shooting for. So if you are spending $100,000 today to live annually, you need to have $2.5 to $4 million available when you're done. That takes some planning. For those that own businesses, most of you believe that you're going to get that money through some kind of transition and exit in the future, which is a great approach as long as you're running the business in a way that's going to generate enough to give you that, which is what a business value target's all about. That's the number that you got to work toward that will be available when you transition your business to go towards your personal wealth. So if you've got a $4 million personal wealth target, hopefully you're saving some money along the journey today and don't have to have $4 million come out of your business in the future to get there, because that's all your eggs in one basket. But let's just say that you're going to sell that company and you need $3 million to flow into your personal wealth target because you've accumulated $1 million as you've been running your business. The $3 million is not what you have to sell your business for, because there's going to be taxes, there's going to be transactional fees. The thing I find often very interesting is people that have multiple owners forget about the other owners. So it's not $3 million total, it's $3 million, and if there's two of you, then it's got to be $6 million, plus taxes, plus transaction fees. The number can grow pretty fast, okay? Because you are going to pay tax, and in most cases, the average I see is about 30%. On a good day, and who knows what it'll be in the future. And transaction fees are more than you might expect if you get the right people. So you've got to plan today for what it is you need to generate out of your business to enable the personal wealth you need for the future. It's about planning. The question I always get is, well, how much is my business going to be worth? It depends. Depends on a lot of stuff. But I can tell you the number one thing is the profitability of your company. Businesses are sold based on their ability to repay the purchase price of that business over time. And if you don't have profitability, there is no repayment potential for the buyer. So you've got to run a company that is profitable consistently over time. And while some might say, well, it only matters what we do in the last 12 months, some buyers will look at that, but many are going to look across 3 years, and they're going to pay close attention to the consistency that's happened. So you want to create the right company, run a profitable company every month, year over year. Prove to the buyer that you have a company that will sustain over time. If you want to take stress out of your life in the future, create a company that will give you the money you need to have the lifestyle you want. It's a tough conversation with spouses and families when you have to say, you know, I've been working really hard for the last 25, 30 years. Unfortunately, we're not going to get this giant check at the, pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. You got to think ahead and be prepared. It takes time to get to where you want to go. And the best advice I can give you is to learn as much about M&A as you can, okay? You're only going to do this once in your lifetime in most cases. And on the other side of the table are going to be people that have been doing this a lot and are very versed in what's going on. So learn about it. Understand what makes value, how you can prepare and set yourself up so that you can have success. Evolve has a peer group for M&A, and all we do is just educate people on what they need to know to have the best outcome they can have. What's the most important action that you can take? It's to be accountable. Most people that run their own business, own their own business, is because they want to be their own boss. I was that guy for 40 years. I got my first boss after 40 years of being my own boss, when I exited my company and went to work for ConnectWise. It's different when you have a boss. But as our own boss, we do the things we want to do. And I can tell you from 40 years of my own experience, that isn't always the things we need to do. You got to be accountable to your plans and to some people in your life that can help stay you on the course. I find that peer groups can provide that for you. You might put a board of directors in place. You might just hire a coach. You need somebody to hold you accountable. Because left to your own devices, you're going to do the things you like to do. You're going to avoid the things you don't. And unfortunately, the things you don't are probably things that are going to matter to the buyer or the person that's going to take over your company. Financials matter to buyers. How you do your accounting matters to buyers. You know, I often get the question, well, do I need to change my financials to GAAP accounting? Because that's what private equity is going to do. As soon as they get your financials, they're going to recast them according to GAAP. It's expensive and painful to move to GAAP accounting from the way most of us do it in our QuickBooks files. I'm not going to say you should necessarily make that investment, but you sure better understand how they're going to look at your financials. So you need to be working with a CPA that can explain to you the differences. For those that are using their business checking account like their piggy bank and paying for their personal stuff out of that, I would immediately change that behavior, because that's not going to be acceptable when you get acquired. There's just a lot of things you can do to set yourself up for success, but it requires accountability. Because what I see happen over and over is, yeah, I'm going to fix that until I go start to do it, and it's a lot of work, and I decide I'm not going to do that. You need accountability in your life to help stay the course and achieve the things we've talked about in terms of planning, knowing what you're trying to accomplish, knowing what your numbers are. You gotta have accountability in your world, okay? There's one more thing, and that is there's going to be a next chapter. You will not run this company forever. We all exit. And the good news is there is life after IT. Okay? It's not over when you sell your company. Nobody's going to take their business with them. All right? I've been to a lot of funerals in my day. I've never seen a business in a casket. Doesn't happen. So it's going to go somewhere. The thing I learned working with folks that have exited is money's not the answer to happiness. There's more to life than money. And Thaddeus talked about it this morning. You got to figure out how to move from success, which is all about you, to significance, which is all about others. That's a tough transition. As business owners and leaders, our identity gets so intertwined with our business that when we're no longer there, we're lost. I spent a lot of time working with former recovering IT business owners. In fact, I've started a peer group specifically to help folks work through that. It's called Success to Significance, S to S. What most every person that exits says is, you know, I thought I could play golf, watch Netflix, travel. There's all these things that I've wanted to do forever. That lasts for about 2 or 3 weeks. And then I don't know what to do with myself. We gotta understand that there's going to be a day when you're not going to be running the business. You're not going to be the guy anymore. And you need to think about that now. You need to think about the emotional side of what a transaction looks like. And prepare today. where will you put your time and energy? You know, after Arnie sold ConnectWise to private equity, he told me one of the most important things I've heard about post-transaction. He said, we get married for better or worse, but not for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And most spouses, getting all of us is too much, right? They can't take us 24/7, 365. We need to have a purpose other than just being around the house. It won't fulfill us. It certainly won't be good for our marriages. So understand that you need to start thinking about that today. We make a lot of excuses why we don't have time to take care of our health. We don't have hobbies. We struggle to have friendships because we're always working. We need to really slow down and think about what's going to happen, even if it's 20 years in the future. We don't know when that day is going to come, and we need to be prepared for it. So that's the reality that I see in the marketplace today. You need to understand where you're at, where you're going, how you're going to get there, what you need to be prepared for the future, because it is going to change. So that's my experience. I've sold 2 companies. I acquired 8 while I was growing my IT firm. I wasn't ready for the end. I wasn't prepared to transition. Fortunately, because of the peer groups, I was able to take my energy and apply it there. But you need a plan. You need to plan it out, you need execution, and you need to be accountable. So I'll take a couple questions. I had a minute or 2 left here, if anybody has any. How am I feeling? I'm feeling pretty good. It's a slow recovery, but it's coming. Every day is a little stronger, so appreciate you asking. Take care of your health. It's a pretty darn important part of the future. Any others? All right. Thank you much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President Stewart Leadership, Daniel Stewart.
Is this working? Oh, it is so working. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And thank you, Terry, for inviting me to join. I've been able to hang out the last few days, attending many of the sessions. And the sales and marketing wisdom that has been shared has been phenomenal. What I would like to do is add to it. And add to it as we talk about leadership. Who you are as a leader. How you show up. Whether you're a company of 1, 2, 5, 50, 500, or you're trying to figure out what is that next step. What are those leadership skills you need to be able to be successful, to then adopt all of these great ideas around sales and marketing and operational success? That is what we want to spend a little bit of time talking about. You with me? Shall we dive in? Okay. So here's a story. Years ago, there was a famous chef. And this chef wanted to create an amazing guest experience every single time. So one time there was a guest who did not like their potatoes. They wanted potatoes to be thinner for some reason and sent it back. And the chef got it. They're like, okay. So they got new potatoes. They cut them thinner, fried them up, and sent them back. The guest was still not satisfied. They wanted even thinner potatoes. Why? I don't know. They sent it back, and the chef was a little frustrated, a little annoyed, but wanting to provide an amazing experience, took a new potato, cut it thinner than he's ever cut a potato before, fried it up, and sent it back out. The guest loved it. And in fact, others sitting around started asking, what is with this? I want some of those too. And yes, this is the origin story of where the potato chip came from over 100 years ago up in Saratoga, New York. But it speaks to something bigger. Because as leaders, of your businesses, of your teams, of your whatever it might be. Sometimes things you do work. Sometimes things you do don't work. And sometimes you have to do something completely different that you've never done before. But that is what will help success and to move things forward. Now let's talk about some technology side of things. Anybody remember the BlackBerry? Anybody had a BlackBerry back in the day? The Crackberry, that's right, the original addicted device that was so popular, incredibly popular. There was some conversation back then around the next thing. And there was conversation within the organization around people might want to get rid of the keyboard. They might want to have a touch screen. They might want to combine it with a computer. And the CEO was like, that's absurd. No one is ever going to want to get rid of our keyboard. That's why people buy BlackBerries. They love the touch. They decided not to invest and to change. We know what happened. Within 5 years, 50% market share down to 1%. Who replaced them? That's right, Apple. You probably have this device. Never. Sorry, Samsung folks too, whatever. What's interesting is when Steve Jobs was first approached about adding a computer element into the iPod, he thought that was a ridiculous notion. But then they persisted, and he remained more and more open to the idea. And they thought, what if we take the Mac and start it as a tablet, and then just add the phone functionality? And Steve Jobs was like, okay, I get that. Let's pursue it. And you know what happened. You know what happened. Phenomenal. In 4 years, half of all of Apple's revenue was from the iPhone. As you think and rethink about your business, yes, we've been talking a lot in this conference about sales and marketing, how to then be able to challenge the way you're perceiving your own market, how you're perceiving and changing your own processes internally, how you are reaching and creating great partnerships. How are you also challenging yourself in terms of how you lead, how you show up, your mindset, how you bring on additional employees and or partners in various different ways? How are you thinking about it now? And how do you want to think about it in the future? You've seen the different S-curve. You've studied the different evolutionary stages of every organization. It starts off with an introduction, some initial startup. We've been hearing it just even before me. This informal structure, this bit of vision, and this creativity, this excitement. You're the craftsman who want to be able to then use the technical skills that you love and then just go to market with it. And it's exciting. What's interesting is all of the excitement and greatness that exists naturally creates a certain set of challenges. Those challenges, particularly around leadership, who ultimately is guiding and directing it? And is that one or two people, do they make decisions on everything? The expediency factor, more than sometimes competency. We just got to get this thing done. As well as beginning to organize around people and not so much about the work or the process. These are just inherent tensions, and we work through them and we begin to solve. And what's fascinating is as we begin to solve and address these issues, those then have a new set of challenges that are then introduced. As we get through the startup phase, you start getting into the growth and the high growth, and you start getting a little more formal structure. You start putting some budgets, you start having some forecasting, and you start putting some basic processes in place. With this, though, becomes some additional tensions, particularly around founders being reluctant to delegate. It's a natural process. Your identity is very much included in there, but you start to see, wait a minute, Who has decision-making rights and when? How much do I keep? What does that mean? What does that look like? And then as employees come on, even the next number 2 or the number 5 or the number 10 or the number 50, whatever it is, how do we assimilate? How do we bring them on? And we begin to start to shape culture, because you all have an organizational culture, guaranteed. It's just a matter of how much time and effort you want to spend being proactive to shape it versus just letting it happen naturally. So as you begin to grapple with some of these issues and start developing solutions, it then gets into the next phase, more of a maturity component, where you start distributing authority, decision-making rights. You have some sort of structure. It could be a variety of different ways of doing it. You get more sophisticated in terms of how people get rewarded and compensated. The challenge then is top management tends to get a little farther away from the point of contact with customers. This is just a natural challenge, and you can start to see then the concerns. There's a sense of bureaucracy, etc. And then ultimately, it can sometimes then get into decline. And you can also think of decline/transformation. And some of you might be in that transformation stage because it's getting closer to that decline point. And what's also fascinating is any organization, after a while, especially if they're not focused on continually developing and challenging and improving themselves, they will start to trend toward mediocrity. They become the average. It's inevitable unless you're proactive about continuously improving and challenging and meeting new types of challenges differently. As you look at these different phases, where are you? Are you at the startup, introduction? Are you at the growth? Are some of you at the mature? Are some of you in the decline and transforming? Some of you may have different business units or different companies, frankly, in different places. Each phase needs a different leadership mindset to be able to fully be effective, to help you know how to best show up. Yeah, a picture of a lobster. How am I going to connect lobster to what I just talked about? What's interesting is there's a very clear connection. Do you know how a lobster grows? A lobster grows, it has this exoskeleton. The exoskeleton cannot change. But as that little lobster keeps growing, it then hits up against the exoskeleton. It has a choice. It can either stop growing or it needs to shed its shell so it can then grow further. The lobster usually goes, finds someplace safe, behind a rock or something, sheds its shell, grows, and builds another one. How are you choosing to shed your shell as your business grows? Because if you are planning on behaving and leading the exact same way across each of these phases of growth, it ain't going to work. Notice where the lobster goes to shed its shell. Someplace safe. What is your safe place? Where can you go to get guidance, mentorship, your success coach, frankly, your mentor? Who is it that can help you so that you can get vulnerable, shed your shell so that you can grow, so that you can then meet the different leadership challenges that are now being presented at the next phase of growth? We want to talk a little bit about how to help you shed your shell. And what does that mean? What does that look like in 3 different ways? How you talk, how you change, and how you learn as a leader. Let's dive in. In every conversation, 2 things are happening all the time, whether we realize it or not. 2 levels of conversation that are perpetually going on. The first level is all about the content. Who's supposed to be in this meeting? When does the client want this signed? What's going on with this? This is the content. I would bet all of your emails, your Teams meeting, your Teams messages, your texts, inevitably the majority are about the content itself. Absolutely. Makes sense. But there is another level that is continually going on, just like the other part of the iceberg that you are not necessarily aware of all the time. And this other part, it is all about the relationship. We as humans are continually asking during any conversation, do you like me? Do I like you? Do you respect me? Do I respect you? Do we belong in the same group? Do we belong in different groups? Whatever kind of group that is. The skill of a leader is to be able to know how to go back and forth and respond to both levels of the conversation. Because I tell you what, whenever you start to hear people start repeating themselves a lot, or starting to get louder and louder, it usually is no longer about the content anymore. It is about the relationship. And how do you pause and sit back and go, we have now passed content. It is all about how we feel about each other. So let me share a personal example. I wear two hats. One hat is as a consultant, executive coach, trainer, like what I'm doing right now. Love it. It's great. I travel all over the country doing it. My other hat is I lead a business. We have over 40 consultants and coaches throughout the country. We have offices throughout the country. I get to manage that. All the business development, all the interactions with clients, bringing on new consultants, a whole staff, that's my other hat. And my other hat, I like to get stuff done. I'm wanting to be able to be as effective as possible. A few years ago, somebody on my staff, she and I were just not getting along very well. Virtual organization, like many of you. One day we were close enough that we could meet for lunch. And so what did I do? I brought a list of the productive topics that we needed to cover in the lunch, right? I wanted to make this incredibly successful. So I brought this list. And so we sat down for lunch, and I asked her about her 5-year-old son. We talked about her 5-year-old son, great. And after a few minutes, I was bending down to get my list. And something told me, don't get the list yet. So I'm like, okay, fine. So I started asking about her mother. Her mother was ailing in health. Started asking more and more about that, great. And then I started leaning down to the list, heard that voice again, don't get the list, so I didn't. 2 hours. I never picked up my list. I remember getting into my car, being so grateful that I never picked up my list. I will tell you, from that point on, we had a different relationship. Things would go so much smoother. And in fact, she started to bring her list to the meetings that we had. How are you paying attention to both levels so that you can flex back and forth? Because yes, we're all human. This relationship element is critical. How we listen, how we talk. The other thing, psychological safety. Who's heard of psychological safety? You're familiar with this a little bit? The idea of creating an environment that people can truly be themselves, can be respected for the differences and strengths and opinions that they bring. What's interesting is as people hear psychological safety, they often think it's about being nice. You just want to be really nice to everybody and allow them to do anything they want. I want to dispel that notion because no. There is a beautiful thing that happens when you create psychological safety and combine it with high standards of excellence. So, as you think of an environment that has low psychological safety, that environment usually is fear-based. A lot of dysfunctional places, situations, behaviors, you're not sure what to exactly do, and you couple that with low standards of performance or expectations. That is the apathy zone. Why should I stick my head out? Why should I be proactive? Why should I show initiative when I'm just going to get smacked? Metaphorically, hopefully. Okay? And then, as you have low psychological safety, but high performance expectations, you're going to be perfect all the time. We want flawlessness, and you're going to feel the pain if you don't. Anxiety zone. Anxiety. And I would bet anything, anybody in this room has been there. Have been there. You probably know people who have been there. You could begin thinking, how am I creating an environment in my organization, even for myself? Then, high psychological safety. You feel respected. You feel that you can accomplish things. You can bring your full self to work. Awesome. But there's low standards of performance. You're not expected to do much. It's comfortable. It's comfortable. Now, is that good or bad? Not necessarily. Either one. It's comfortable. It's nice. Is that taking advantage of all that we can do, though? Because when you have high and high, that is where the learning happens. That is when the stretching moments happen. That is where we can challenge ourselves to be able to fully achieve things that we did not even think about. Cutting those potato chips, for example. Yes, being able to accomplish products and services and client interactions and partnerships that we didn't even think possible. Think back to environments where you've worked, and I would bet the times that you've thrived, both of these existed. As you're wanting to listen, as you're creating an environment, this is key to keep in mind. It also comes down to two different roles that you want to keep in mind. It's really that guardian perspective, to tell. And this is appropriate in certain circumstances, especially when people are new in their role. They don't really know what's going on. You need it, or you're in a crisis. You need to tell people. You're not doing a lot of listening. You tell them what they need to do. The other is as a collaborator, somebody who's going to do a lot of listening. And this is ideal when there's a lot of expertise that you want to rely upon, or to build that level of buy-in, to be able to go back and forth. This is key as you then shed your shell to be able to challenge, because I would bet you have a preference to behave in one way or the other. Second, how do we change? I want to share 5 steps of personal change. And these 5 are critical, and if you want to sustain personal change, especially as a leader, or frankly, any behavior or routine or habit you've been learning about, you need all 5 of these steps. The first is this awareness piece. You can use the example of wanting to lose weight. Several years ago, I travel all the time, and I was noticing as I put my pants on, it's a little tighter, right? Maybe you can relate. Hopefully you can't. But I started becoming aware. I'd go up the stairs and I'd be out of breath. I'm like, wow, I'm really out of shape. This is terrible. Awareness. But if the awareness just stays at awareness, nothing changes. So what's next? You got to wanna. What's that desire? You got to want to change to be able to develop and improve. 2 different kinds of motivation. One external, being forced to do something or being told to do something by the market, or your company culture, or a policy, or a best practice. The other type is the personal, inside, inherent. So, as I put on my pants and it was a little tight, I started saying, do I care about it? And I started to look down, I'm like, yes, I really care. So then I need to go to the next step, which is all about skills and resources. So I started looking up and understanding how to read calories, understanding how much sugar is added to things. And I got a treadmill. All of these things, I downloaded a calorie app. I was disgusted to learn how many calories are in things. It was terrible. This awareness, but I had these skills and resources, good. But even then, you can have all the treadmills in your basement that you want. Doesn't matter though, until you do the next step. Action, and I'm not talking about 15 or 25 or 30 actions. I'm not talking about huge, gigantic action lists. I'm talking a few key actions that you can repeat and you can embed as a habit. That's key. And there you go. Those are the 4 steps of change. Exactly. I said 5. I just stopped where we normally stop. Because we can go through all 4 of these, and until we do the 5th step, it's not going to stick. And the 5th step is really what determines, do you know January 14th? January 14th is the day that regular gym goers love. Because everybody who made a New Year's resolution to start going to the gym, they stop going by January 14th. Because you need support. The 5th step, if you want change in any way to be successful, to be sustained, and there's 2 kinds of support. One is the organizational kind of support, the structure, the culture, the policies, something around you to be able to then reinforce. And the other is the interpersonal. It's the person, the success coach, the mentor, the spouse, whoever it is, somebody who loves you enough to hug or kick you to help you, to be able to then develop. Critical, as you think of yourself, as you think of your employees, as you think of your partners, if you are wanting to have sustained change and it hasn't worked, I would bet anything that 1 or more of these steps has been missing. Reflect and challenge yourself on how to continue to progress. A couple of other things here. I want to share the 5 derailers of change. These are some behaviors that you can be thinking about and what to avoid. Avoid as you're introducing newness. For example, you might end up blaming other people for things that are changing around you. Or you might overreact. You might get emotional. You might get frustrated. You might get angry easily. How do you show up and manage those triggers? Or you might significantly underestimate the kinds of drivers of change. Oftentimes it's like, well, I sent the email, it should be fine. Whoa, that typically does not accomplish it. Or you might be reclusive. I'll never forget, I was doing some executive coaching with a chief financial officer, and we always knew where he would be whenever there were times of stress in his office with the door shut by himself, instead of out there leading with the people. And then being overwhelmed. Being overwhelmed, yes, there's all sorts of challenges and it can get emotionally burdensome. But you need to show up as a leader to keep on going. So what are the 5 drivers as you change? To communicate and to communicate and to communicate. The rule of thumb is whenever you think you've communicated enough, triple it, please. And it doesn't matter if you're sick and tired of hearing you say it, because it might be new and refreshed for the other people. The pace setter, to set the example, to model the kinds of behaviors you want others to showcase, to ask the kinds of questions you want others to ask, to show the kind of influencing strategy that others should be able to then model as well. Letting go. This is the hardest thing that any human has to experience. To let go of something that they're used to doing, a mindset, a behavior, a routine, and to enable them to honor the past and to also say goodbye to it and take the best parts with them into the future. To help prioritize, you add anything new and you're inevitably adding more to what's currently on people's plates. To be able to help prioritize, people look to leaders to prioritize what they need to do. And lastly, to celebrate. How do you celebrate and catch people doing things right? The good stuff that's going on. People are working hard. How do you make sure you're spending your time catching and saying thank you, great work, and not just waiting for 3 months to then say, yep, nice job on that project. How you change. And then lastly, how you learn. 1849. What happened in 1849 in California? That's right, gold rush. So there was a story of a merchant in Boston, sold everything he had, went to go strike it rich. He went panning for gold after 3 or 4 months, found nothing, was so frustrated, an old prospector came up and said, hey, how's it going? And he's like, nothing. I'm getting nothing. I want to get the big gold nuggets that you probably have on your pouch right there. And the prospector said, you think I have a bunch of gold nuggets here, huh? Oh yeah, of course, that's exactly what I'm after. And he said, let me show you. And he took off that pouch and opened it up. And inside that pouch were 1,000 small flecks of gold that he had gathered over the years. And the prospector said, I have accumulated my wealth not through a single big nugget, but through 1,000 small flecks of gold. It is how we learn. Because too often as leaders, as business owners, we often will sometimes look for the big event, the big one thing that might change everything. Instead, it's small behaviors that we can then consistently improve upon and develop. What are your flecks of gold? To help us with this, you've each been given a book. This is actually the second edition. Congratulations. The first edition was printed over 10 years ago. It's been used by tens of thousands of leaders throughout the world. The idea is this book was meant to be used, not meant to be read. It is packed full of flecks of gold. And it's for you to be able to use in the moment for time-starved leaders to be able to then learn. I'm so convinced that leaders learn best by doing. Identify a few flecks of gold that you would like to do. So, for example, this is also based upon a leadership development model called Lead Now. There are 21 different leadership dimensions in that model. It's a bit of like a buffet. You might go down all the 21 dimensions and say, I need a little more effective communication. I need to work on that. And you go down and say, decision making. I need to work on some decision making. And then inspiring commitment. That's what I need. And then you're like, that's enough. And you work on that for the next 3-4 months. It often becomes one of your rocks. The focus is right now, and how we want to wrap this up, is for you to then choose what might be one of your leadership dimensions that you want to emphasize. Open up in the last minute here. Take the book out, and I want to show you how you want to use it, how you want to leverage it. Go to dimension number 20, because there are 21 dimensions. There are 21 chapters. Open up. Let's see the exact page here. Page 233. Open up to page 233. You see here, you have a quotation. You have some reflection questions. You turn the page, and it begins to define what is inspiring commitment. This is the engagement piece. This is how to create a psychologically safe environment with engaged people. On page 234, it says what it looks like, what it is not, and what it looks like when it is overused. Then on page 235, you see the business results and people results that can be achieved as you develop your ability to inspire commitment in others. Then let the tips begin. Dozens and dozens of proven tips, working with some of the most successful leaders for years and years. You look through some of these tips. Some of them you're like, oh yeah, I do it all the time. Awesome, great. Others you're like, dang it, that's a great idea. I need to do that more often. You circle a few. You whiz ahead to page 241. There's a little self-assessment. I call this the self-conversation. To be able to then reflect, how am I doing? Then on page 242, some action planning notes. Jot down a few tips you want to emphasize, some behaviors, and that's when I say, shut the book and go do it. You can always go back and open it up. The point is to act. Pick a fleck of gold that will help you elevate your leadership, no matter where you are on the curve of growth. For today, and then how are you going to be able to show up differently in the best possible way as you continue to grow to the next phase. Lastly, as an invitation to help support all of you, we often will have different sessions, group executive sessions, where we gather leaders together. They're free, and they're organized around specific topics. Take a picture, scan this, go to the URL. Sign up for 81 of these specific. They're part peer networking, part skill development, but they're all built around helping guide you as a leader as you enable growth. So please, take a picture, sign up. We would love to see you, and please reach out at any point as we can best be of service. If you'd like, I believe as soon as I'm done, I make my way back. We have a booth right in the back outside. I'm happy to sign your book. Come on by and say hi. Happy to be of assistance anyway to support your leadership journey as you elevate and scale your business. Thanks, folks. It's been an absolute pleasure.
I hope you get a lot out of this. This is kind of one of those leave-behinds. I think it's the second book we've given you, and I'm not even that big of a reader, but they're also available on Audible. Definitely recommend talking to Daniel if you want to take it to the next level. It's quite a kind gesture there for free hour consulting. Hope you're getting a lot out of this, guys. The speakers are great, and I hope you can appreciate that. We're kind of leading down that definition of success. What does that mean? And one of them is definitely to become a great leader in our community, in our homes, and in our business. With that, we will break for lunch, sponsored by Glass Hive. We will reconvene here at 1:55 p.m.
Check, 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 check.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
All right, everybody, I welcome back from lunch. Hopefully you enjoyed the last main time we're going to be with the vendors. A lot of great people here, innovative technologies, companies I've never even seen before here, so I'm excited about it. We did just get some bad news. I want to be really honest with everybody. We believe in open and honest communication, and so I'm going to be pretty much honest right now. We were supposed to go be pirates tonight, so I know a lot of you guys, including me, have a pirate guard and all that, but evidently there's a pirate that lives here. His name's Jose Gaspar. And apparently, he got word of what we were doing, and he started worrying about an invasion of his ship. So he has invaded Clearwater Beach and taken the pirate ship and broken the engine. So we are unable to be on the pirate ship tonight, but we had a little bit of Thaddeus Bulliard earlier, which got us in that wrestling mood. I don't know if old people like me might remember Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan. Okay, so we are going to Hogan's tonight, Hogan's Hangout. We're trying to get the Hulk there. I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. It's his restaurant. Everyone will get a Hulk Hogan t-shirt, so we're going to have fun when we're there. All you can eat, all you can drink. It'll be a rooftop bar kind of deal overlooking the sunset, and we're going to head over there about 5 o'clock. Obviously, it's a last-minute change because of the pirate invasion, so we have two options to get there. It's a 10-minute walk-ish, maybe 12-minute walk. Maybe for Sean Moreno, he's obviously more athletic than we are. He might get there in 8, maybe 7 minutes. Or you can take an Uber, but it's like 0.3 miles or something like that up the road. Just come out of the hotel and go straight toward that center, and we'll all head that way at about 4. Hannah, what time are we going to head that way? 4:35, somewhere in there? Okay, so we'll finish here well before then, and then we'll all just sort of start making that way. Every MSP here is welcome. You don't have to be a Marketopia client. You don't have to be on any plan or anything. Everybody is welcome, and we're going to have a great time. It's a cool bar, and you never know. Maybe the Hulk will show up. All right? Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome MSP channel expert, thought leader, and influencer, Eric Simpson.
Can you hear me? Is this thing on? It's on. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I'm excited. Do we get to tear the Hulk Hogan shirts? Like, Hulkamania, brother! It's going to be so awesome. That's Randy Savage, though. Come on. Oh, okay. Everybody's fired up for tonight. How you like that? Good job. That's called pivoting in the face of adversity right there. Nice pickup. All right, hey everybody. My name's Eric Simpson, and I'm a recovering MSP. So I sold
I sold my MSP years ago in 2007. In fact, it was one of the first MSPs in the industry, but we didn't know what MSP was. So we just called it flat rate IT services. And it was really, really challenging to get clients to sign up. But we made all the mistakes and figured it all out and created a really consistent model for bundling, packaging, and selling these services to the point where we began getting asked to share what we knew. And you saw Arlen Sorensen here earlier, legend in the channel. He invited us out to speak to his very first HDG peer group. And it was in Iowa, I think in the middle of winter. And we came in and we did a presentation for these local IT businesses, and we shared how we did everything. And then they asked us to step out of the room, me and my business partner, for a few minutes, and invited us back in and then said, hey, we'd like to invite you to be a member of our HTG peer group. And we were very honored and excited. And then he said, you'll just have to fly out here once a quarter no matter what the weather is. So we ended up doing that, and then really appreciated the insight and the value of being part of the HTG peer group membership. And we were in HTG1 for many years until the point where we sold our MSP practice in 2007. And then we launched MSP University. And this is where we took all the knowledge that we had and started sharing it more broadly with MSPs all over the world. We did boot camps and workshops, 12 to 14 of these things all over the world for 6, 7, 8 years. We trained tens of thousands of MSPs through webinars and online events, and shared our knowledge, checklists, process templates, and everything like that. So today, I work with MSPs and IT business owners to help them improve their operational maturity and help them increase the value of their businesses. And I've been doing a lot of M&A work. I like to say I'm an old dog in the channel, right? If you think about it, some of us have been around in the channel for so many years that now we're looking at, exiting. And so a lot of the folks that I built really strong relationships with, trained in the past, I'm working with now to help them either exit or grow through acquisition, right? There's the other side of the coin. So how many of you today are interested in growing your organization through acquisition, acquiring other MSPs? Raise your hands, let me see them. All right. And then how many of you ultimately want to build value in your organizations so that you can command the highest offer at exit? Raise your hands. Okay. Now those of you that won't raise your hands, no matter what I say, just wink at me, just so I know. Send me a little winky face emoji, reach out to me. All right, let's talk about MSP valuation real quick. So why sell your business? Why would you consider selling your business now or in the future? Well, I think there's some obvious reasons, but some of the things that have happened lately in the last 2 or 3 years have been this increase in M&A activity, the likes of which we have never seen before in our industry, right? If you're keeping track of this, you're seeing the effects of PE firms, venture capital, a lot of money coming into the channel, buying up MSPs, trying to roll them up and create another kind of a larger exit later. I work with a couple of organizations that they'll acquire an MSP. A part of the value of the purchase, they'll ask them to set aside to reinvest in the larger organization. So ultimately they'll get a second bite of the apple when the larger organization sells, which I think is a very interesting approach. The economy has slightly impacted valuations, okay? I want to be very, very clear that 2 years ago, before the pandemic hit, some of the formulas that I'm going to share with you, the valuation metrics, were higher, right? But those of us that are kind of doing this work for partners and other companies, we kind of huddle together and compare notes, and we look at what the trends are. And we're seeing slightly lower multiples in terms of EBITDA valuation, as well as revenue mix valuation. I'm going to talk about those two types of valuations here today, and we're going to go through an exercise with a calculator that I created that I'll be happy to share with you guys later. So we're as MSPs, the recurring revenue aspect of our business helps insulate us from some economic pressures, but not everything, right? So the cost of financing has gone up, right? And so where we saw in the past organizations interested in buying MSPs less than 5 million, right? 5 to 20 million, and then large MSPs. So think of these big giant deals that we've seen. I'll categorize them as kind of the very top of the pyramid. Let's call that the high dollar purchases. Call it, 5 to 50 million, 5 to 10 million, maybe that's the middle. And then we saw the under 5 million be kind of that bottom of the pyramid. So what's happened now with the economy and the cost of financing, we're still seeing activity in the middle and the high, but I see slowdown in the less than $5 million kind of interest. I'm not saying it's disappeared, but I'm just kind of sharing with you what I see, okay? So when's the best time to sell your business? I'd say when you're ready to sell your business, when you're prepared to sell your business. How many of you have heard of business owners that have had to sell their businesses before they were ready to because of a personal issue, maybe a health issue or something else that have caused them to sell at a lower price than they might have been able to command had they been focused on really growing the value of that business? Raise your hands. Have you heard of any folks, right? It's unfortunate, right? So we have to be mindful of what we're doing today so that when the time is right, you are in the best position to command the highest valuation. Now, how many of you are getting emails and phone calls from folks asking about buying your business today? Raise your hands. I get them too. I don't own an MSP anymore. That's what's happening, right? There's just this interest, this buzz. So maybe your business is at a historical high point. Maybe you've taken it and you say, look, I can command the highest valuation today. It makes sense for me to start engaging in some of these conversations to see what kind of opportunities are out there for me. It's a buyer's market, even though, considering what I just said about valuations being a little bit lower, the activity is super, super high, M&A for our businesses. Maybe you're ready to retire in the next couple of years, or now. How many of you are ready to retire in the next couple of years? Just me, right? Okay, just checking. Wink at me, remember, wink at me. You have a lifestyle change you want to make, right? You want to do something different. You've invested all of your profit back into the business for many years, and you'd like to take a little bit of risk off the table now. Maybe you want to take a lesser position in the organization so that you can take weekends off and take vacations and things like that, right? That'd be nice. I'm working with a client right now who we're taking offers right now for his company because he does not want to leave the company yet. He wants to stay on, but what he wants to do is work with existing clients and maintain that strategic advisor role, that that QBR kind of focus, and help grow existing client revenue while having the new buyers sales team go out and be the hunters and bring in new business. And of course, the new buyer can handle kind of the back office operations, finance, payroll, things like that, that allow him, the seller, now to do what he enjoys doing best. That's kind of cool, right? Maybe you have another business opportunity. When I sold my MSP practice, the opportunity was there really wasn't an organization out there that was focused on helping train and educate IT providers and channel pros that wanted to become MSPs. I wish there was, because we made a lot of mistakes trying to perfect our model. We made every mistake.
but there just wasn't anyone out there. So we saw an opportunity to sell and then reinvest those proceeds into building MSP University. We jumped at the chance because it's much more fulfilling for me to help other entrepreneurs grow than it is, getting woken up at 3 in the morning because the server's down. You feeling me?
Oh yeah.
Say aye. Aye. Wait a minute, it's a pirate day now. So everything we say now will be R. Say R. 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 Maybe you have some partner problems, right? Maybe you have some partner problems and an acquisition will either allow you to sell your portion and exit and do something different, or buy your partner out and continue with the vision that you want to see the company going. We talked about health issues. Maybe you need help beyond what you can provide, right? Maybe growth is stagnant. Maybe you need someone to come in and help you fill in the gaps that you need help in. So let's say that I'm an engineer by trade, right? So I'm just like you. I struggle with marketing, I struggle with sales, right? It's the kryptonite for all of us engineers, right? So maybe the company that comes in is attractive from an acquisition perspective for you to sell to and maybe stay on because they're really, really good at sales and marketing. They're a Marketopia partner, right? So, or it could be vice versa. We typically see two types of owners, I do, in MSPs. Either you have the technically minded owner. How many of you would consider yourselves technically minded owners? Raise your hand and say R. What? You're not pirates. Pirates, technically minded owners, raise your hands. How many of you are more sales-minded or people-minded owners? Raise your hands. More than I expected. You guys have an advantage, right? The people part is always the hardest part. I talk about 4 Ps when we're, evaluating a company for improvement. I say there's platforms, processes, people, and products and services. Those are the 4 key areas that I hone in on in my methodology to help partners. And guess which one is the toughest? It's the people part. It's the people part. All right. So what are buyers looking for? What are buyers looking for today? There are 2 ways that a company is valued. I'm spoiling a slide, right, that I have that's going to share that, but there's valuation, which is the financial analysis, the assessment that takes a look at EBITDA, it takes a look at profitability, financial health, things like that. And then there's the evaluation component. That is everything else that makes your company attractive, more attractive or less attractive based upon several criteria. A buyer wants, once we've passed the financial checkbox, right? Okay, we understand what our EBITDA is, and we're going to do an example of this here in a second. I want to know about the organization, right? I want there to be a solid structure. I want there to be a consistent growth, right? If it's flat for a long period of time, that may be an opportunity for someone to come in and say, I can fix that, but that's going to impact their offer to you, right? I mean, we all want a good deal, right? If I want to grow through acquisition, this is one reason we've got to get our businesses operating at peak performance to command the highest valuation. If I'm going to buy a business, I'm going to try to look for a way to, lower my offer. And if you are no good at marketing and you are no good at sales and your platforms aren't integrated and you don't have good process, number one, you're going to be less attractive to any potential buyer. But number two, the buyers that will make you an offer, it'll be a lowball offer because they know that they can take your organization, plug in their expertise, and then make a lot more money. And guess what? Your offer will be lower because of that, because they have to invest all that time. They're looking for diversity in revenue sources. So what do I mean by that? We can't just be selling hardware, right? We can't just be selling projects. We can't just be selling managed services either. We can't just be selling cloud. For the largest offers that I've seen have been either a specialization in a competency that a strategic buyer values more than a financial buyer,
or it provides another value like a geographic reach, or it fits a gap in a stack of the potential buyer. But in general, we want a little bit of a diversity in our revenue streams, kind of like putting all your eggs in one basket. Now, I always say, if I was going to jump back in the pool and build another IT practice, I'd probably start with cybersecurity. How many of you lead with cybersecurity today? Raise your hands. Man, that's where the future is, I think. Cybersecurity, cloud, hybrid workforce support. What are post-pandemic buyers investing in today? That's what they're investing in. And we've made a rush to the cloud much, much faster than we've seen even before the pandemic. Now, of course, like I said, financial buyers will look at you through a financial lens. Strategic buyers will look at these other features of your organization that may influence them to offer you more because it takes care of a specific need that they have. So here's the slide I was talking about, where there are kind of two assessments that we go through. There's the financial valuation, and then there's the company evaluation. So business valuation, the financial component, is not simply based on gross revenue or profit. Typically, when we find a financial valuation, it uses several different financial assessments, and then an average is taken. So I'm going to show you an example of that, where we're going to take a multiplier of EBITDA, right? And a valuation of the different types of revenue streams of your services. And not all revenue streams are valued the same, surprise, surprise. And so we're going to look at those two, and we're going to do a quick calculation, and we're going to average those two together. And this is a quick and dirty. This is by no means the way that I help partners value organizations and things like that, but I'm going to give you a quick and dirty way to look at where your company might be. But before we get there, let's look at the evaluation criteria. Now, these are those additional components that make you more attractive or less attractive to a potential buyer. And these are company traits that you have. A strong, motivated management team, right? Leadership is everything. They're executing based upon your vision, based upon a series of metrics that you're measuring, and processes that they're executing that allow consistent, sustainable measurement of performance in multiple business units. Skilled, efficient staff, and a strong company culture. We've been hearing a lot about company culture the last couple of days. Here's an important one: low staff and customer churn. Now, if you do have staff and customer churn, you just need to be able to explain why that is. How many of you have had clients leave you because their companies were acquired and they have other IT providers that come in the mix, right? So that's a great example of showing, okay, we did lose 4 customers last year, but these folks were acquired, this one went out of business, whatever the case may be, right? So be able to explain that. And of course, staff churn. That's an indicator of how satisfied and happy your staff is, or explain away that a competitor lured them away from you by offering them another 15 grand a year. I've had partners tell me that they've had level 1 technicians taken from their organizations because they offered that technician 20 grand more a year, a level 1 technician. It blew my mind. Anybody else have anybody poached out of your organizations for more money? Wink. Okay, there's a couple brave folks. So what can we do to prevent that, right? We have to make sure that we're providing a good work environment. We are profitable so that our technical team doesn't feel stretched thin. We can invest in the staff that we need. We're investing in the right platforms. We're partnering with the right strategic technology vendor partners like those outside here today. And we're incentivizing them. Now, I don't mean that we have to compete at a $20,000 increased salary for a level 1 technician. But in my opinion, if a technician is leaving because, or considering leaving because they're getting a higher offer, you'll have a better chance of keeping them if you want to keep them. Some partners say, yes, I'm glad they left, right? Good. Now I can hire someone that I really need, right? But if you want to compete to try to keep them, maybe you don't have to give them 20 grand extra. Let's say they're happy, right? Technicians and engineers get comfortable when they're happy. They don't want to move and then be a small fish in a bigger pond. They might like it here, and that incentive to leave, you may be able to offer them a little bit more and encourage them to stay. How many of you have successfully counter-offered and kept a technician, right? And I'll bet that's because they felt that they didn't want to leave, they just needed more money. Would that be correct? 100%. It wasn't even about the money, it was about direction. That is a really good key piece of feedback, because our technicians, anyone in our company needs to know what the succession plan is. What does the organization structure look like today, and what is it going to look like as we grow, and what are those empty spots, and how do I compete for those spots, and what do I have to do to ready myself from a competency or training position to get there? And then once I do, what's the incentive, financial incentive, for me to compete for that role? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Let's see. Sellers do not want to be involved, typically, at any level of the business. They don't want to buy a job. They want to know that the organization can operate without the seller's involvement. Now, I do have a couple of clients that's exactly what they want. They want to exit the current seller, and they want to run the organization. But that is rare in my experience. Well-documented processes, integrated platforms, right? They want a system, a business operating system that is working like a machine. Secure, stable infrastructure, recurring revenue, and multiple revenue streams. I want to have multiple revenue streams because I want to make money on projects. Sometimes the way that we sell a new client a managed service agreement is by doing a project that takes care of their pain initially, right? So there's got to be a mix, unless you're just going for kind of the help desk, remote support, land grab, right? We typically need to look like we have different levels of technical experience and expertise on our bench. And I have this conversation a lot when I'm working with partners in helping them kind of going through a bundling and pricing exercise and looking at their platforms and optimizing their PSA solution and asking them how many work types do they have, how many work roles do they have. And either they're using one blended rate for a client or just a few work roles, but they're not really changing the billing to the client. And I say to them, look, have different work roles, different work types for different levels of technical expertise. It gives the impression that your company is a lot larger than it is, and that you can handle their growth as they grow moving forward. And charge them for that. I have a partner I'm working with right now that charges the same labor rate for a level 3 engineer than a level 1 technician for outside scope work. Stop doing that. Clients will pay you for good work. What else am I missing? Client-based diversity. Too many eggs in one basket. One of the things that buyers are looking for, one of the first things they ask is, what percentage of total revenue do your top 10 clients represent? Anything above 20% is going to affect your valuation. It's a little risky. I have a partner right now who has 38% of their total revenue in their top 10 clients. Wouldn't you think that's a little risky for a buyer? If you were a buyer, say aye. Okay, let's try it again. Say aye. Am I putting you guys to sleep? Am I sucking the oxygen out of the room? R. Well, you guys didn't help me out with R last time. Solid, predictable top and bottom line, okay? Is it working? It's not working. I'm not. What's happening? Can you guys advance the slide for me, please? Oh, I know, wait. See? I'm a tech.
Okay, I think was that the next one? Let me back up one. How do I back up one? I just want to be sure. No, we skipped a few. Sorry, I didn't mean to go to the calculator yet. I just wanted the slide to advance. Okay, hold on. Next slide. I'm not seeing the slide over here. That's what's getting me confused. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just an engineer. Okay. There we go. No, I still skipped forward one. All right. Well, we're going to start here, okay? Wherever we land, we're going to start. So, quick and dirty tip, right? This is not a financial assessment. What I'm going to share with you next, in the next few slides, is for entertainment purposes only, okay? Your mileage may vary, but I'm going to give you how I help clients kind of figure out where they are in general from a valuation perspective, and that allows us then to say, okay, what can we do to increase this valuation? Is it a financial, are there financial protocols that we need to address? Are there company valuation protocols, et cetera? So what we're going to do is we're going to look at EBITDA valuation plus revenue mix value, and we're going to divide those by 2 and get to the formula. Now, in the agenda for today's session, Terry has inserted a URL link, and this is where I'm taking some of the data for this part of the session. And this was a blog post that Paul Dipple from Service Leadership wrote. It is fantastically simple and direct, and it explains sometimes this concept that sometimes we think is such a big, conundrum. It's like, oh, how do we figure this out? He boils it down in several hundred words with a couple of images, and I'm borrowing some of these images. I've also added the link here, but if you go to the agenda, the agenda for this session, this link is at the bottom. So please read that article after we're done here. So as I mentioned, before the pandemic, some of these valuations were a bit higher. They've come down a little bit, okay? So if your EBITDA, this is your net profit, right, is under 7.5% of your revenue, then what we're seeing is about a 6 times multiple of EBITDA. If it's between 7.5 and 15, it's about 7 times. If it's above 15%, 8. If it's above 25%, let's say, it's probably 9-ish. And so we read this as every dollar of your EBITDA is worth $6 or $7 or $8, depending upon what your EBITDA percentage is. Is everybody with me? Say I, R. I, R. I, R. Okay, sorry, this one is a little bit more busy, but this is the revenue mix valuation, okay? So what this means is the types of revenue streams that you bring in are each valued at a different multiple. Quickly identify which type of revenue is the highest multiple. Shout it out. Managed services. This is managed services labor, okay? Strip out subscriptions, things like that, licensing and all that. This is the labor part of your managed services. Product resale, 15 cents. So if you sold $100,000 worth of hardware, multiply that by 0.15, that's your revenue mix valuation for that, okay? Hourly support, break fix, et cetera, 45 cents, 0.45. Projects, 0.65. That hurts my heart because I love doing big projects, and today's valuation, it's not very rewarding. Private cloud, this is you hosting in your data center, not reselling Azure and things like that, okay? Everybody with me? Say R. All right, let's see what we do next. We're going to do a little bit of a calculator demo. Everybody, turn around and say hi to Giovanni Sangili from Glass Hive, who's going to help me with this calculation. Turn around, everybody say hi, Gio. Gio, say hi, everybody. Awesome. So I'm going to back up 1 second. I think I'm still missing a slide that has like oh no, we did that correctly. Okay, so we're in the calculator now. So I'm going to give you, and again, I'm following the URL link in the blog post. So everything I'm going to show you will align when you go read Paul's blog post and say, oh, I see where Eric got these numbers and how those valuations come to pass. So in the very top, my calculator is in 2 sections. The top is the EBITDA valuation, and the bottom is the revenue mix valuation. So Gio, I'm going to read you, I think I texted these to you, but I'm going to read them to you. So at the very top, there's two blue cells. The first cell is total revenue last fiscal year. Let's drop $3 million in there, please, Gio. Excellent. And then adjusted EBITDA, let's drop $360,000 in there. That means the net profit on that $3 million top line revenue was $360,000, which meant the EBITDA percentage is 12%. Everybody with me? Okay. Just a straight EBITDA valuation, according to these formulas, would mean that this company, and again, for entertainment purposes only, $2.52 million is the offer. Okay? All right, that's interesting, but let's do a revenue mix valuation. So let's go to the second part of the calculator, Gio, and let's do product resale. For product resale, we did $1,080,000. I sent you too many zeros I see in the text. $1,080,000, that's correct. So revenue valuation at product resale, I think was 0.15. Anyway, refer back. 162,000, not very impressive, is it? Let's do ad hoc T&M services at $30,000. Maybe some block time in there, maybe some out of scope labor, okay? You see that's only worth $13,500. And in the revenue valuation, it's increasing over there in the black box. Let's do project services, which I love doing, $240,000. Now, if my numbers are correct at the bottom, the total revenue should match $3 million. So let's see how close we get. Okay, $156,000 is the valuation there. Last one, managed services, $1,530,000 of managed services revenue, please, Jill. $1,530,000. This one ought to be more satisfying than the rest. 2.2. Nice. And finally, we're doing a little bit of data center, private cloud hosting services for our clients. Let's say that, we're hosting data for some financial services firms that want private cloud. And our revenue there is $120,000. Is it going to all add up? Let's see. $3 million. Look at that. Now look at the difference between the EBITDA valuation and the revenue valuation. Pretty close, right? Your mileage is going to vary probably, okay? But again, this is the quick and dirty tip of how to do a quick valuation based on EBITDA multiples and revenue mix multiples. So who's got a calculator? 2.52 million plus 2.712 million divided by 2. Help me out. So you guys got to work for this session. Work it! Anyone? I see working. 2.6, right? Better than straight EBITDA. Yeah? How you guys like that? You like it? Say aye. All right. Let me go back to the slide deck, please, everybody. Thank you, Gio. Say thanks, Gio. Thanks, Gio. Appreciate you, brother. All right. So you've heard this already from the stage before. You heard it during the panel that we had earlier. If you haven't gone through an M&A transaction, it could possibly be the most complex, maybe the largest sales transaction you'll ever do. So don't go it alone. Get the help you need. We were asked earlier on the panel, how many of you were for the panel earlier when we talked about M&A stuff? Okay. So they asked, hey, did you use a broker service, a broker and things like that? Hey, when I sold my MSP, we didn't know what we didn't know. So we didn't we didn't have a broker. But I've worked with enough M&A opportunities since then, 36 or more, where there is value in having a broker come in and help. They'll do the confidential information memorandum. They'll handle the NDAs. They'll handle all the negotiations. What you see as cost, because it is costly, see it as insurance to make sure that you're getting the most out of the offer and you're not making a mistake. I've advised probably 50% of the partners I've worked with that are buying MSPs not to move forward because they did not pass evaluation muster, right? So having someone on your team that can kind of quickly understand some of these dynamics that only MSPs know is really important. So get yourself the help that you need. And I have a URL here, I think, to get this calculator, pricemymsp.com. So grab it, it's free. When you grab it, it'll also add you to my webinar registration list. So you'll be automatically registered for my operational, marketing, sales, and service delivery improvement webinars. Just being transparent about that, okay? But play with the calculator, make a plan, make a roadmap where you see opportunity for improvement, work on the drivers that build company value, not just financial value, but those other company internal drivers that make you a better organization, make your staff happier, make your clients happier, and make you more attractive to prospective buyers. Terry, you want to come up? Terry's going to come up. I'm going to tag him in. We're going to do a little, what are we doing, fireside chat?
Eric,
Thank you guys for walking through that end of the day financial number crunching that we all love at the end of the day, right? After lunch. Awesome.
Eric, I think we all appreciate what you've done, and there's a lot of respect for you in this room, but I don't think you've given enough. I don't think you've shared what we actually really do care about, because that spreadsheet for none of us was enough. None of us. So if you could partake on your wisdom, help me understand what I can do to increase the number in that spreadsheet 10x. What can I do? What are the gears that I can turn? What are the things that I can do to increase it 10x?
Okay, let's talk about financial valuation, right? How can we increase valuation? So there's only two ways to increase profit. Number one, sell more at higher profit margins. And number two, lower operating costs. That is it. That is how you increase your net profitability. How do you increase sales at higher valuation? You have to understand what your true cost of service delivery is. What does it cost you for an hour of labor to support a client? And then what are the costs of your third-party services and subscriptions that you're bundling into your services? And then you're going to add your target margin on top of those sales. And for me, the minimum is 60%. When we go to quote a new client for our managed services, it's going to be a minimum of 60% margin at the top. And we just have to generate the leads, to set the appointments, to go out on those sales meetings, to prove value, and close business. So there is a formula there that says I need X amount of leads to set X amount of appointments, to have X amount of sales presentations, and close X amount of deals to make my target new revenue every month. And that number is going to vary based upon how good you are at generating leads, how good your sales closing percentage is, the value of the services that you're providing to your clients, and how good you are at getting them to say yes.
Let me ask you a question, Eric, because I think one of the things I think those that are investing in growth, they're trying to build those top line revenue numbers, and sometimes you're not quite at the revenue numbers you want, so you're kind of pedal to the metal, reinvesting as much as you can back in to get the revenue numbers as big as you can get and the profit. If you have, let's say you're spending 20 grand a month on growth or 30 grand a month on growth, obviously that's going to, in the short term, reduce your EBITDA down, increase your expenses. If I'm a buyer and I'm looking at an MSP that's has the same, let's say, EBITDA numbers, same revenue numbers at least, same EBITDA numbers, and growing at 5% a year, or someone who's dumping 20, 30 grand a month into their company with excess salespeople, excess lead gen, but they're growing at 30% a year, 35% a year. What is the impact of valuation at that point? If you're investing in growth and you're seeing it, what does that do to valuation?
Yeah, I think companies want fast growth. I think they want to invest in organizations that have figured out how to grow faster than other organizations. The caution I would give is something I shared earlier is, too fast of growth can also be a negative, right? Because at some point you reach a tipping point. How many of you, here's a great Q&A, how many of you have had the technician say, stop selling, we can't onboard these customers fast enough? right? So we don't want to see, as a buyer, I'm the buyer, I don't want to see this. I would rather see slow, consistent revenue growth. Better, I'd like to see faster, consistent revenue growth where I'm not seeing revenue dip and profits dip. The other thing I would say to you is fire some C customers. Fire some C customers. I wrote a blog post about this not too long ago. And the C customers that are not profitable, maybe these are legacy customers that you have the gap that you talked about earlier, right? From your current billing to their billing. They won't trust you. They won't adopt your enhanced cybersecurity services, putting you and the rest of your clients at risk. I would argue that, dumping one bad C customer may allow you to onboard 2 decent B clients, right? So that takes care of some of that technician, being spread thin. How many of you go through your client list every year and A, B, and C, and for those C customers, A, B, and C those, and pick the C's of the C's that you're going to exit and give to someone else, and so you can have room to bring on more A or B clients? How many of you? Raise your hands. Good for you. Do that. Do it. Sorry.
Awesome. Eric, thank you so much. I appreciate your wisdom. If you have any questions or concerns, you can see him tonight at Hulk Hogan. He's promised to rip off his shirt and do the whole Hulk Hogan thing. So anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks for a great event. Thank you all for being here.
Please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Who's ready to sell? I mean, did Eric get you pumped up or what? Oh my goodness.
Good. So we are hitting into the tail end of the show. So I appreciate everyone being here. We've got a couple of really great things still coming up. Next up is rapid fire. So we're going to talk to a few of our sponsors, and we're going to hear just a little bit more about what they can do to help you grow. And so they'll share a little just rapid fire, and then we'll get into the tail end of the show. Terry will close us out. We'll do some awards, and then we'll be on our way to the evening festivities. So get excited. We're going to hear from Channel Pro. We're going to hear from Blackpoint. We're going to hear from Climb. We're going to hear from Channel Program, which is up next, Dell, and then Hackware. So let's welcome to the stage Matt Solomon with the Channel Program.
Much. Oh, I'm already down a minute. So I can't even see the slides, but let's see. Got to click through these slides here. So Channel Program, we started about 12 months ago. We have a two-sided marketplace. I'm going to concentrate on the MSP side because that's who's in front of me right now. It's really to provide an opportunity, a place to give you access to more vendors, tools, and resources so you can make better decisions with your technology stack. We want to become the #1 place where you're evaluating your technology stack. So just a couple quick highlights of things we're doing. We launched product reviews about 4 months ago. We just passed 1,000 product reviews this week. We're really proud of that number. Got about 6,000 registered users in our platform. It's your opportunity to tell the channel how you feel about various products. You want to see things on their product roadmap? This is a great place to tell them where to do that. Vendors are terrible at documenting product roadmaps that customers are asking for. They can now have it in a single place. It's a great resource for you to empower them to make better products for you. One of the cool things, we incentivize you. We give you $15 Amazon gift cards. Normally we do it for the first 3. For the people here at GROWCON, we're doing it for your first 6 reviews. If you've already done reviews, you can still do another 6. We'll give you the $15 so you can make up to $90. This also applies to your technicians. Whoever on your team utilizes products and they want to give their opinion, this is their opportunity to get rewarded and also give back to the community. We're also taking this data and putting it in different formats. So stack charts, this is based on your product reviews. It's the only real-time place you can actually see how different MSPs feel about various products. So literally, if Axient got 5 new reviews today and they were positive, they would move up in real time. So it's really interesting data to be able to look at in case you don't want to read all the reviews. Good opportunity to take a look at it. The pitch charts is based on a pitch event that we do. I'll tell you in a little bit, but it's more of a place and time and how people are evaluating it. Again, all based on user feedback. we just launched this industry calendar. So believe it or not, there's not a really great place for a centralized industry calendar, and nothing down to the webinar level. Andy and I were talking the other day. I changed his life. He said he was going to 16 different websites to look up calendar stuff in the industry. Now he can get it in one place. Again, down to the webinar level. So we'll be able to tell you all the resources that are happening in that week at a high-level conference, road shows, or even just thought leadership webinars taking place. We have our monthly pitch events. This is where we bring on 6 vendors each month in a virtual environment. And this year we're doing it in a more competitive space. So we're bringing on product-specific vendors so that you can evaluate 6 different vendors at one time. They all get 7 minutes on a main stage in a virtual environment. And the great thing is you get to attend anonymously. So you only have to choose, or you can choose to give up your
Ladies
information.
and gentlemen, please welcome Senior
You can choose to give up your information only if you want to. So it's no hard sales pitches, but they are there to pitch you, but we tell them to cut out the fluff, get to what you care about as an MSP, and again, you're allowed to attend anonymously. It is speeding. We do thought leadership events. I've been very fortunate to interview Magic Johnson, Wayne Gretzky, Gary Vaynerchuk, and this year Damon John. Again, pure thought leadership event. It's your time to come in. We do a lot of thought leadership panels, and then we bring in an all-star guest as well. So I'll just leave you. Channel program's free for MSPs. It's a great resource. It's really built for you all, and we hope to have your reviews and have you be part of the community. So thank you very much.
All right, hello everyone. I haven't used this clicker yet, so let me just make sure I can use it. All right, my name is Christine Gassman, and I am the Director of Channel Engagement for Blackpoint Cyber. We only have a couple minutes here, as you know. I'll start out with a just quick intro on who we are and what we do, and then really get into the good stuff on how we are helping not only our MSP partners, but the community in general. So first and foremost, we are a managed detection and response company with our own proprietary technology and a 24/7, 365 security operations center based out of Maryland. Our founder and CEO is ex-NSA. He was a computer operations specialist, with a NSA, and brought back that experience and founded Blackpoint Cyber. Now, at the core, we offer managed detection and response, as I mentioned. And when we say managed detection and response, we actually mean it. And what that means is the managed piece of it means that we are responsible for the detection, threat hunting, and taking action on stopping a hacker by our security operations center. We're stopping it for you and taking action. The detection, as I mentioned, it's our own proprietary technology, so we're constantly able to improve and evolve as new attacks and threats emerge. And then lastly, on the response, again, our security operations specialists are responding, removing a hacker, stopping the hacker on your behalf. We've got a couple of add-on products as well in an effort to create a true cybersecurity ecosystem, a true cybersecurity stack. I'll mention them just briefly, but we are out of the booth for the next 2 or so hours, so please definitely come and chat with us. But we do have Logic, which is a tool to help simplify logic and compliance. We have Cloud Response, which offers additional protection for your M365 tenants. It allows us to actually go in and take action when needed. And then we have Blackpoint Risk as well, which is a completely customizable cybersecurity insurance policy. We offer policies for both you as the MSP and your customers as well. And lastly, I just want to mention for our current partners in the room, if you have not heard, we now have our MDR 24/7, 365 available for Mac agents as well now. Yes, we've gotten lots of requests for it, so happy to share that. So more importantly, how are we helping? So first, you've heard this term probably several times throughout this event. If you sat in on Rob Ray's presentation specifically around MDF, this is just an additional effort to help support our MSP partners with funding to go out and take what you've learned here and what you're continuing to learn here and put it into action. I've worked with MDF programs for years now. I recognize a couple of my former partners from a previous organization that we've actually done MDF events with, and we love getting involved in helping. We don't just give the money and wait for the results. We're actively involved, brainstorming together, offering suggestions, all of that good stuff. We also have our partner success management team. They will actually come out and present on your behalf, sit on panels. John Murchison, my CEO, he will fly out to one of our partners' events to sit on a panel and to present and bring some credibility to the message behind our technology. It's an easy application process. We also recommend going to other vendors in joint campaigns and activities to maximize the dollars that you can spend and also get that attraction from additional technology vendors being involved. When I say goal setting, so many times other vendors or some vendors will offer the money and then 6 months later come back and ask what happened. That's not a good way for us to mutually maximize our MDF dollars. So we offer some complete support on setting goals, working together to achieve those goals, and then looking at and evaluating success and failures. And Rob Roy specifically mentioned in his session, don't be afraid to fail. Right? We know that not every campaign, not every event is going to be successful, but we'll work together to continue to improve and find what does work for your organization. So if you aren't a partner of ours or even not a partner of ours and want to discuss more on MDF, again, we are outside at the Black Point table. One thing we've just announced too recently that I wanted to share is that we now have a partner referral program. So we do a lot of these events and our MSP partners bring other MSPs to us all the time, introduce us at the bar, send over their contact information if they're interested in, MDR, and now we have a formal way to reward them. So if you refer another MSP, you can get up to $1,000. A couple of other educational programs that we offer. We have a podcast, Ungated. You can go check it out, Black Point partner or not. We've had some pretty significant business entrepreneurs on the podcast. Very interesting. One of my favorites so far was George St. Pierre and him and John Murchison, my CEO, talking through his business journey post his MMA experience. So check that out. We have a newsletter. Now, again, if you're not a Black Point partner, you can still sign up for this newsletter. We have a lot of great information that you can share with your customers as well. We're actually going to be turning this into a templated, customizable brief as well so that you can use it for your clients. Again, it's not necessarily Black Point specific. We've got our Sock Save of the Month and some pretty cool stories from our adversarial pursuit group. I know I'm running out of time here, so the last thing I just want to mention quickly is our Stocking Stuffers campaign. So it's a campaign for anyone that has been interested in Black Point in the past, just hasn't had the time to take a look. If you book a demo, either here or offline outside of this event in the month of December until December 20th, you're entered in to win a variety of prizes. So got some really cool stuff in there just in time for the holidays. If interested, again, I know we're limited with booth time out here, but you can go ahead and email msp@blackpointcyber.com. You don't have to put anything in the subject line, nothing in the body of the email. You'll get an automated bounce back, and that will have some info on some of these programs as well as a link to book a demo if interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christine. Next up, we have Climb.
Hello, everybody. I appreciate you all taking the time out. I know it's your end of the day, so good thing is I don't have any slides to really go through, so you'll just get to listen to me talking. I'm Mark Freilich. I'm with Climb Channel Solutions. I am the regional manager for the Southeast. So who is Climb? Right? We are a distributor for emerging technologies. Basically, what we're doing is we're bringing emerging tech to our MSPs as well as traditional VARs. So we're looking for the next best thing, right? When you look at the Magic, the Gartner Magic Quadrant, we're bringing those challengers, those up-and-coming solutions that basically can either be an alternative to some of the big players out there, but it's also complementary at times. So to be honest, when I usually go into a partner or an MSP, my first questions are just, hey, where can we fit, right? Not looking to rip and replace, just really understand your business. And that's really what differentiates ourselves, right? We're going in, we're trying to understand your business, kind of where can we actually play with you all. And, you know, our emerging technology are high margin, right? So we're bringing on plays to really basically accelerate your business. To give you an example, today we're partnering with Acronis, right? We brought in Acronis. They have what they call Acronis Cyber Protect Cloud offering, which is really geared towards the MSP community. And what's nice is they, again, high margin, easy to use, single pane of glass. And we have the reps out front over here on the side. You know, if you do stop by, you know, please come in. You know, if you want to learn more about their program, you know, we can help you. How can Climb help? Just partners in general. We have field sales. We have inside sales. The difference, again, is with our field group, we're going to come out. We're going to try to visit you all if we can. We're going to sit down with you, really try to understand that business, what you need, where you need to go, what are you looking for. Again, it's not to really come in and say, you need to buy this, right? We want to understand, what are you looking to do? You know, where are you looking to grow? What are you maybe looking to add to your stack? Outside of that, you know, we have an inside group that's going to do all our quoting and ordering, so you always going to know who you're dealing with. So we have field managers in each different territory, so no matter where you're located, we have somebody to cover you. And you're going to actually deal with that same group all the time, unless they leave. Then I can't control that. But at least if you're buying anything from Climb, from the quoting process all the way to the ordering process, you're going to have that one team to deal with. The other thing I like to talk about is just, you know, in regards to, you know, we're easy to work with, financing options, credit card, terms, you know, really we try to make it as flexible as possible for you to work with Climb. Again, we're small enough to give you that personal attention. You could probably look at, you know, speak with other partners that maybe know who we are. I'm pretty sure we'll have a favorable review of how they love us, how we're very responsive. You'll be able to always be able to contact somebody. So especially if it's your field rep, you should almost always have 24 I give people 24-hour access. You want to call me, I don't care what time of night it is, day it is, give me a call, I'm there to help you. But in the end, it is a true partnership. We are looking to help and basically grow with you, right? We're named Climb for a reason, because we want you to climb with us, right? It's a win-win relationship. As if we're both climbing together, we're obviously both growing together. One last thing, just in regards to the Acronis relationship, I want to let you know they also have something called Sports Team Up. You may have not heard this yet, but they have partnerships with teams in NASCAR, football, baseball, college baseball teams. They are looking for MSPs to actually take on those partnerships. And I'm not going to go into fully in detail, but if you would like to learn more, what it will give you is branding opportunity, hospitality, right? You'll be able to take your customers to events, tickets, suites. You know, you're spending time with them, right, for 4 hours. Best time to build a relationship, right? If someone can sit with you for 4 hours, hopefully you're going to come out with a great relationship after that event, right? It also gives you the ability to be named the MSP provider for whichever sports team. So, you know, if you'd like to learn more about that, again, you can stop by our booth. And then we're also giving away a generator. So if you have not stopped by our booth, scan the QR code and, you know, definitely sign up for the generator. But again, just think of Climb as your go-to, right, for emerging technologies, right? We're not looking to compete with the big guys. We're not looking to we're going to have some overlapping technologies, but in the end, we're really trying to bring the next big thing to our partners. So I hope, hopefully we'll hear from you, and if you do need more information, we'll still be outside, right outside the door here. I appreciate your time, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Climb. Thank you, Mark. Next up, we have Joel Z with Channel Pro.
All right. Everybody having a good time today? I have 5 minutes, and my 5 minutes are going to thank you, not me. I have nothing to sell you. Thanks to the Marketopia team here at GROWCON. What an amazing day, right? Week. Awesome. Raise your, come on. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Andrew and the team. How many of the people in the room, I can see you all. How many read the print publication Channel Pro? Raise your hand. How many get it digitally? Raise your hand. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. How many get it digitally? How many get email? How many? Not all of you. What's wrong with you? You don't want to grow your business? Channel Pro, all we do is talk best business practices. That's all we talk about. We want to help you grow. Every cover is about one of you, an MSP. We look for people that are growing their business, that are looking to grow their business, just like here. You came to Marketopia's GROWCON to learn how to grow your business. You read Channel Pro to grow your business. So when you're reading it, think about what you've done differently than the other person has done in your neighborhood, in your community, and send us a note. I'm easily reachable. Joel Z at channelpronetwork.com. Can't get me? Go to Rich Freeman, R. Freeman at channelpronetwork.com. There's going to be a couple of issues out by the table. On your way out, grab them. Our names, our emails are in there. 8 live events in 2023. Make sure if you're in a region where we're having a show, sign up for them, come to the show. 4 digital shows, come to our digital shows, read the publication, learn how to be a better MSP, and grow your business. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joel. Next up, we have Dell.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thanks to the Marketopia team for getting us all out. My name is Alicia Bowling. I'm from Dell Technologies. Thankfully, I don't have to get up here. I don't work for a software company, and I don't have to explain a technology that a lot of you guys don't know about, so my job is pretty easy. I hope everyone in the room is familiar with our company. If you're not, come talk to me after. But I manage our U.S. Small Business Dell Expert Network team. And I'm sure a lot of you guys here are familiar with our technologies, but you may not be familiar with our program. So that's what I'm here to talk about today. Let's see. Are we moving along? Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Where are we at? 5. Okay, here we go. So not going to take the whole 5 minutes. I'm not up here to sell you anything. Our program is free. So just talk to you a little bit more about, you may already be partnered with Dell. You may have been partnered with Dell in the past and you don't use us anymore. You may be looking for additional ways that you can leverage our partnership. And so that's what I'm up here to talk to you about is, how can you use our free program to help grow the reach inside of the small, medium businesses that you guys are already connected with? So our program's only been around for about 4 years. So number one question I always get asked is, okay, well, I was a Dell partner in the past, or I'm a Dell partner now. What is the Dell Expert Network? How can I use it? So we are a separate program from the Dell Partner Program. So what we do is we work with MSPs who are not reselling hardware. And half of the room, when I say that, usually looks at me like I have 7 heads, and the other half of me goes, oh, okay, that's what I do. I don't want to get in the business of reselling hardware. I either do cybersecurity, or I'm focused on services, or I don't move enough hardware for those margins to make sense for me. So if that sounds familiar to you, then our program is for you. So we give you a package and a bundle of benefits and services that help realize benefits of recommending Dell to your end users when you're not buying and reselling our hardware. So the 5 benefits on the screen are what you get. I'll go through a few of them. Obviously, you can read. But the number one up there is dedicated technology advisor, and that's probably a favorite of our MSPs. You're not emailing a sales queue. You're not calling a 1-800 number. You have what my MSPs lovingly refer to as one throat to choke when something goes wrong. So you have their dedicated phone line and email to call them for any deals that you have. And essentially the program is you making a recommendation for your end users to purchase Dell Technologies, and we pay you a commission for doing so. And then you also get access to the benefits on the screen here. The other benefit I'll mention is our Tech Direct portal, which is another favorite. It allows you to self-log your own technology support tickets for your end users, so you don't have to call pro support. You don't have to call that 1-800 service line when you've already diagnosed the problem. You can log in there, self-log that support ticket for that endpoint, and actually self-dispatch parts. So if your technician has taken the time to diagnose, you can go in there, have a replacement hard drive with free 2-day shipping. Last thing I'll mention is our rewards. So you can earn up to $5,000 a quarter for your referrals. You just refer those clients directly to your account manager, whether that be you're running the deal all the way up until the end, or whether you just send an email list out to all of your customers and say, if you need Dell product, here's my guy, give him a call and tell him I sent you, and we can get those customers linked to your account. Next slide on here is just going through, is your an MSP a good fit for this program? So this is the most commonly asked question, and it's usually a little bit more complex. So it's always worth a conversation if you're kind of in the middle. Some of your clients prefer to, they want to control every step. If you send them a quote, they're going to Costco to price check you, and you're like, that's not the same thing just because it's a Latitude. You can't run your engineering software on an i3 processor, but I digress. You go get your quote and we'll have that discussion. So, if you have some clients that still want you to run the deal end to end for them, you have some clients that want to be a little bit more independent, then have a conversation with me and we can kind of understand where you fall within the Dell sphere. I know we're a big company and it's sometimes just difficult to find the right person to talk to explain your MSP business to see where you fit. So with that, this is my contact information, maybe. Okay, don't come visit our team at the Dell table because we're not there. I'm running off the stage and running to the airport, so if you're gonna be at Tampa International this evening, then we can chat, but if not, then connect with me on LinkedIn, send me an email. We can set up a call to discuss your business, how we can help grow your MSP. We have a lot of thought leadership content. We have monthly newsletters, just like a lot of the vendors up here we're talking about. So I know I just had time to scratch the surface today, but our program is really nuanced based on what your goals as an MSP are and what your business model is. So I'd really love the opportunity to chat with some of you guys and discuss that more, and I hope to hear more from you soon, but I hope everyone has a great night on the boat cruise. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia, and thank you, Dell. Next up, we have Juan and Britta with Hackware.
Did he turn it on? All right. How many of you here are having fun tonight? Yeah? You guys are having fun? Well, we're here to have some more fun with you. And we are here. I am Juan Fernandez. I'm the channel chief, global channel chief for Hackware. And this is
Britta Nelson. I'm the marketing manager for Hackware.
And we're here because we want to talk to you about something that is very interesting. One of the things is, how many of you can remember a moment in time where we all had to learn something? Do you guys remember where we actually went to school and we learned how to write our A's and our B's and our C's? Do you guys all remember that? I don't. I think I was doing that nap thing for a little while. But just like many of you, we all started off somewhere, right? We started off learning how to actually progress in our lives. We learned the skills that we needed to actually write sentences and formulate words. And for me, I learned how to take a lot more naps. And for that, I think the really interesting part about that is that we have an opportunity as MSPs to also do the same thing, is educate our customers. And I like to ask the question, and I got this is for you guys. How many of you know how to get on the internet the right way?
We got one.
Is it an interesting question, right? Is there like an actual manual that says this is how you get on the internet? There's really not, right? And this is where the chasm is for us, is that education component. And so I like to use these pictures as an illustration to a time where we learned how to do something, and we live in an era where we may not actually know how to do what we do every day, and that's officially get on the internet. And so with that, I think it takes us back to a time where we all were in school, and I think that we have an opportunity to help our customers learn. So as MSPs, now we become educators. But just because we're educators doesn't mean we didn't start off somewhere. And just like the rest of you, we all started off somewhere. And in the spirit of fun, we're going to have a little bit of fun on stage. So, for those of you that want to win some money, do you guys like winning money? Okay, money, yes. All of us want money?
Lots
Perfect.
of people like money.
So, we're going to do a little thing. So, look at the screen here. And one of the things is if you can, the first person that shouts out who I am, pick one. You guys, come on. Who is it? On that picture, who am I?
Which one's
This
Juan?
was me.
Nailed it.
All right, you got it.
We'll come find you after and we'll get you a gift card.
Hey, look, we all started off somewhere. As Britta said, we all, I guess as kids, we're supposed to look stupid. Is that what you said?
I did say that.
I'm proud of that I still don't look like that. I'm not even wearing my glasses in that picture, but yeah, like the haircut, right? It's interesting when you think about a time where we actually were in learning mode. And I think that we have to have that same mentality with our customers. We have to realize that they're in learning mode when we're having conversations with them. And we need to think back to this time that we have to make it really easy for them to understand. Somebody said something to me once, and they said, make it easy for me to give you what you want. I stopped for a second. I said, I don't know exactly what that means. And they said, you want my money and my business. You have to make it really easy for me, Juan. I don't understand this stuff. And so as an MSP, which I was, I made it really easy, and my whole Making IT Simple campaign became an education campaign, and that's what helped me grow my business. So with that being said.
Next game, because this next slide is not the game that we're playing
The next game. Okay, so we have another game that we're playing, and if you come by our booth, because this slide is not reflective of that, we had to change it. We were playing Battleship against Lifecycle Insights, which I will say
was fantastic.
Did we win?
We did not win, actually.
We were playing Battleship. We lost. But we are playing another game. For those of you that who likes money again? All right, money.
Still
if you come by our booth, we're actually, if you drop your card in there, we are picking a winner for an all-expense paid trip. Oh, actually, it's what?
$300 flight voucher.
Flight voucher to anywhere in the U.S.
Trip. Don't give that away.
All expenses, $300. Don't mind the man behind the curtain. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
But we do have one more $25 gift card to give away.
More money? All right, let's play another game. This time, it's Britta's. Show it. Who can pick Britta? First person answer. Holy.
Nailed it.
Dude, this guy is like on it.
Yeah.
Wow, sorry the rest of you that didn't get to play, but yes, that is Britta.
That is me.
Next time, we can't have him in the front row.
Yeah, exactly.
Either that, he can see our screen or something.
Yeah, maybe.
That
He's
was
reflecting.
fast.
We did this with our team, and it took forever.
That was amazing. All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes because we want to tell you just a little bit about us. So,
Yes.
Britta.
At Hackware, we are an AI-driven phishing simulation and security awareness training platform. So we offer a phishing solution. We give you end-user risk scores. We have a true white-labeled platform, so you can get your logo into Outlook or OWA. We have a true multi-tenant solution, and we also offer compliance training for your clients.
Again, back to the part about education. We think it's really important. So we also have a community that's specifically set for you. As an MSP, I wish somebody would have helped me with my security sales talk tracks. So every 2 weeks, we're doing a cybersecurity sales masterclass. Go ahead and hit that next slide. Well, it's not there. But if you hit us on LinkedIn, we'll be more than happy to invite you to that and have you guys join us. So thank you. We are Hackware. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Executive Officer, Marketopia, Terry Hedden.
We're an award video?
Marketopia presents GROWCON's inaugural Sponsor Achievement Awards. We are proud to recognize and celebrate the excellence, growth, and success of our outstanding sponsors. Today, we acknowledge new and long-term partnerships for their contributions in leading excellence in the IT channel. Here to announce the award recipients are Marketopia's CEO and CMO, Terry and Andra Hedden.
Yes, all right. Guys, we are at the last stage before we go see if we can find Hulk Hogan. I heard he works in the kitchen. He's in the fryer, so I'm excited to hopefully see him there. Andrew's coming to stage. All right, we've got some new awards that we're doing this time, and we have a number of vendors here to receive them. Excited to start off with the first one, the Mayor of the Channel, Andrew.
Yes, these are exciting awards. If you've been to any of our events before, you know that we create some different and unique awards. We are going to award some of them. I know some people did have to fly out early, so everyone may not be here. But the first award that we are going to award is the Mayor of the Channel. Oh, we're going to go right to it. And the winner is, dun dun dun, go ahead, Joel Z. Come on up. And we do have an award. I have to wait and see where that award is for you. Come on up, Joel. If you don't know Joel, you absolutely should. He is the mayor of the channel. He knows everyone. Raise your hand if you don't know Joel.
One of the most beloved people
There
ever.
are a couple hands. Joel,
All
we need to
right.
get their campaign out again.
Joel, we appreciate you.
Yeah, we need to campaign for Joel again. Oh my goodness.
Selfie.
Oh,
All
let's
right,
get a
all
selfie.
right.
There is an award coming up, but.
There we go.
All right.
Awesome.
Here we go.
We love
Look
you.
at the camera. All right, good. All right, do we
So
have
they'll
our
give you
awards
the
ready to
award
go?
Right in the back. Yeah, they'll give you the award in the back.
All right. Thank you, Joel. Appreciate you, buddy. Good to see you. Thanks for making it. All right, next
And
award.
meet those people who just raised their
awards
hand.
are on their way up, and he'll get our biz in the back. Best in Show, the winner is?
Outpost Sentinel. Wait, is
All
Outpost
right.
here?
New one,
Outpost,
all right.
Outpost.
Best Channel Community.
The
award
best
goes
channel community
to?
goes to ASCII. Is ASCII still
All
here?
right.
I know a lot of, yay,
ASCII's
come on
here.
up,
All right,
up.
come on up.
I know ASCII has a ton of things that they do throughout the year, so if you are not familiar with ASCII, make sure that you get familiar with ASCII. They've got road shows that go on. They have obviously a community. Their road shows are very, very popular and have already sold out, I hear, for next year, which is amazing. So they're in high demand. Come on up. Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, no
you can
problem.
go in the middle.
All right, ASCII, ladies and gentlemen. All right, next award for the commitment to channel success goes to?
Dun, dun, dun. Kaseya. Is Kaseya still here? Kaseya,
No, all right. You have
All right,
time
we'll
for
make sure that we
Kaseya?
get that over to Michael and team.
The next award for commitment to channel success goes to?
Glass Hive. Come on up.
All right,
And again,
Gio.
these were awards that we created but have been voted on by all of you. So this is really special, obviously, to these vendors because it's you, the partners, that have voted them into these awards. So commitment to channel success. Congratulations,
Awesome.
Gio. Yes.
Gio, is this the most prestigious award you've ever gotten in your entire life? I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Hey, Glass Hive's first award.
Awesome. Congratulations, Gio. We love you. All right. Next commitment to channel success award goes to?
Next up, Threat Locker. Do we still have Threat Locker in the room?
No, I think they're out there
All right, we
waiting
will
for
get
us
that
all
to
to
them
come
as
out
well.
there. All right, the best profit maker
Ooh, this
goes
is a good one.
to?
The 20. Anyone
All
from
right,
the 20
20.
still here? If you
All
are
right.
not familiar with the 20 and you have not learned about them this week, another really great organization. So get involved and make sure that you meet that team.
All right, the best lead generator award goes to?
Oh, Climb.
Wow, interesting.
I know they were just here. If they're not still, we will get that
Curveball.
award to
All
them.
right.
But congratulations, Climb. That's wonderful.
All right. Most supportive partner reseller program. Looks like we have a couple of award winners on this one. Must have been a tie.
Dun,
Here we
dun,
go.
dun. ConnectWise. I know there was ConnectWise. They're in the hallway. They're packing up their boots right now. But we will make sure that we get that
All
over
right.
to ConnectWise. So
Absolutely.
very, very awesome.
All right. Thank you very much to all you award winners. We appreciate the vendors. Guys, these conferences are not easy to put together, and they're a lot of work, and it costs a lot of money. And so we're really thankful for the vendors that demonstrate their commitment to channel success by sponsoring GROWCON. So show them some love, you know, if without them, we wouldn't be able to do this. So we appreciate them very much. All right. Our last session today is all around turning inspiration to action. And we've started off our event. We're coming to the end. And And I just want to kind of bring it home because we started off talking about that dream. We started about the dream that we had for our business, the dream we had for the lifestyle we're going to live. You know, we've kind of lost track of that, some of us. And I want you to get it back. I want 2023 to be the year that you get it back. You owe it to yourself, your team, your clients, your family, your health, multi-generational wealth. You owe all of that. I want everyone to be on this panel. We had one ex-client there that sold. We had another ex-client who was upstairs sick that had sold. Our goal is to put every customer on this stage as someone who successfully exited their business for many millions, and that's our goal as a company, and we try to demonstrate that on a daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual basis. We got to build a balanced, profitable business, one where we're demonstrating commitment to growth and running a sound business with revenue and profit, real revenue and real profit. And to do that, we've got to be balanced. We've got to stop spending so much on the service side and start balancing our investments. That's how we get the work-life balance that we all deserve. I know a lot of us in here working too many hours, spending too much time away from our family, and not exactly on Clearwater Beach in December, but at the office at 2 in the morning because we're still trying to be a tech for our business, or struggling to make payroll and trying to figure out how to make cash flow work. Marketopia is here to help. For those of you who are clients, you know that. For those of you who aren't, just know that. We're here to help you produce a more balanced business by creating more leads, more sales, and more profit. But at the end of the day, the decision is yours. We can't force you to do anything. Even if you're a client, we can't force you to drink the Kool-Aid, attend the peer groups, watch the e-learning, close the leads, change your mind about what a lead is supposed to be in a sales, what to be. You are your best employee and perhaps your worst enemy. We want you to close and we want you to win, but you have to do what it takes to achieve your goals. We cannot do it for you. We know how hard it is to lead a successful business. I had your job. I had an MSP for 12 years. I know exactly what it's like. I know how lonely it is at the top. I know how challenging it could be. I know what cash flow issues look like. I started my MSP with $24,500. So I always had a cash flow problem, like literally on day one. So I know exactly what it's like. And I still grew a business for 50% a year for 6.5 years straight before I decided to get out of the business, right? So you can grow without money. You just have to be good at what you do. Marketopia's got a grow community. For those of you who have seen the luminaries and the people in the gold name badges, they're part of a community that's here to help you. You'll feel that and see that when you talk to our customers. Everybody's in it together. There's no pride. It's kind of left at the door. We get together on peer groups and help each other. There's a lot of one-off relationships where you have trusted advisors sort of helping you. A lot of it's centered around and built into our training. And then we're here to help, right? Support. We're here to help you. And there's going to be a lot more in 2023 around the sales category, specifically literally helping you close deals. You're going to bring objections to the table. You're going to bring opportunities to the table. You're going to bring solutions and problems to the table. And we're literally going to close deals together. Our goal is to add every customer adds $2,000, $3,000, $10,000, $20,000 a month RMR every single month. And we are committed to doing that, and I know our community is too. We talked a lot about the services that Marketopia offers to help you, but frankly, it's far more important to us that you get the help you need. If you're good at these gears, great, keep them, wonderful. If you're not, we're here to help, and we welcome the opportunity should you have that need. Marketopia has a lot of people. There's almost 200 people. If you're ever in London, stop by our London office. It's currently in Paddington, where Paddington Bear lives. He's actually a real bear. It's really hard, though. He's made of concrete or something like that. But there's many Paddingtons in Paddington Bear, and we are moving over to Oxford Circus, I think, in a few weeks. So literally there's an office there. It's beautiful. Go visit it. And then Pinellas Park, hopefully you guys are going to attend our open house tomorrow. We've got a wood fire pizza truck. We're all going to come together. If you're and you're in the peer groups, that's wonderful. If you want to sit in on a peer group for an hour or for the whole day, we invite you to do that. There's going to be peer groups on Thursday and Friday. Just come in and get a taste. Listen and learn. Some of the best and brightest minds I know are in those peer groups, and they didn't get there by not making mistakes. So come in humble, open-minded, ready to eager to learn. We've taught you how to grow, we believe, and we're committed to that. Hopefully you've learned a lot over the last 3 days, and I think that's wonderful. But the question is, what are you going to do next? Where do you take it from here? Are you going to keep doing what you've been doing, or are you going to do something different? I want you to make the commitment to yourself and your family to do what it takes to win. Stop creating excuses for not winning. Stop blaming other people. Stop blaming anything. Stop blaming customers, prospects, environments, economies, none of that crap matters. The reality is you can win in every business, every economy, and when things get hard, the weak get scared and the strong double down. And that's why you see the best companies emerge from recessions, because they're not going into them scared. They come in aggressive and they're going to make up for it. There's going to be a lot of opportunity over the next 12 to 24 months to take customers away from weak competitors, to buy competitors for pennies on the dollar, and we want you to be on the buy side. We have a lot of vendors that help make this possible. I think it's like 23 this time. Pretty awesome for our first year back after COVID, and we certainly appreciate that. So engage with us. Let us help you achieve your dreams. Join the Marketopia community. We talked about our promotions, guys. Now's a good time. GROWCON's the cheapest prices of the year. We get pretty aggressive periodically throughout the year, but this is the best it gets. 3 years free in a 3-year term is pretty amazing. If you want to do something, now's the time. Everything ends on Friday in terms of promotions. Take advantage of the new sales manager. For those of you who don't have sales leadership and you're worried about how to manage salespeople and KPIs and all of that, for $9.99 a month, you actually get, currently it's Dexter to be your sales manager. So that's a new service. We're excited about that. All right, that is the end of GROWCON. Next, we have Hulk Hogan's. We're going to go upstairs, chill out for roughly an hour, meet downstairs about 4:30, and I'm going to lead a parade, and there's going to be a marching band. Maybe it's just in my head, but we'll have a marching band, and we'll go over there together. For those of you who aren't okay walking, I think it's 0.3 to 0.4 miles, something like that. So it's a good 10, 12-minute walk. If you don't want to walk, take an Uber, but I'm planning on, it's beautiful weather out there, I'm going to walk over. So look forward to seeing you guys there. See you at 4:30. Thank you so much.